Yeah. Smack. Yeah. Lola. Yeah. F your feelings. As far as sport podcast out, we the realest. Hot takes, fact based. If we said it, then sign and seal it. Politically correct takes ain't what we giving. We do film study, we do live streams, we tough critics. We go against the grain. We in a different lane. If you ask me who to go, I'ma say it's James. We do fan view reviews, headline news by giving game. We do play-by-plays on our channel if you can't catch the game. All of the good debates that can be challenge the arguments. We love good debates, pick a topic that we can spar you with. FYF gang is the hashtag, this is what it meant. F your feelings.
Head to head, you can't compete with me. It's no debate, you too fake, and it's too real with me. What's the topic? I'll block it, I keep that shield with me. Ammo loaded, I'm cocking, I got that steel with me. What you talking is nonsense, blow off your conscience. I'm a living sickness, Magic Johnson. By that action, no Brunson, I'm a King LeBron. And the whole league is fuck your feelings, who you thought it would be. Catch me in the streets, internet thugs just typing on keys. And the fans from Ticket TV, sign that permission slip, please. That Max Ether gon' heat you, make you fall to your knees. No way out, this the firm. Come near this stove, you gon' burn. Been waiting patient, now it's my turn. What Kevin say? Today you gon' learn. True to the king, what's happening? You got the sauce, keep doing your thing. TKO, I'm from round in the ring. I'm a god to you millions, but stay in your lane. Work it out, how can I promise no favors? The panel is live, sports talk, sit down at the table. This the family, understand me, don't get it twisted. You won't miss it, we on a mission. Fuck your feelings, antisocial, what's the business? Say? We talk it, we live it, hold on, let's get it, hold on, let's get it. Got more slicing the zebra, this for my people, gon' bring out the ether.
Hey, fuck your feelings, we don't care though.
FYF, too official like a ref. They can't keep up with me. Watch our Euro step, 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 step. Then that boy got left. Shook him out his sneakers. Go against me, oh, you tweaking. See you reaching, time to teach him. Next time you gon' learn your lesson. Ain't no checking, game on. Feel like LeBron on the throne. No debating, ain't no faking. I'ma take him, ankles breaking. Whoa, man, somebody come and save him. I be ballin', big dog, shot calling. All you heard was a swish, ayy. Call me Mr. Spalding. In a league of my own, fast break, already gone. 2-3 zone, can't hold me, forever a legend. RP Kobe. Straightway Georgia, Elder Roof is here, OG. They don't know what time it is, let me check my rollie. I'm a 3-point shooter, know the game, let me school ya. A champion,
yeah, we done came from the bottom. Mad that we up, but I don't hear him talking. Started with knowledge inside of my noggin. We took a dream and then we started blogging. Put my city on the map now. I'ma say how it is and now I'm back down. On the road to 100K, we finna act out. We gon' show them that we not just in the background. We the main event, we the main show. We the one that people always gon' pay for. FYF, we the best, no debate though. #1 sports channel, every angle. I'ma show them all how we ride. Best sports talk show, we not like them guys who playing it safe while they feather the lines. We pushing the narrative all of the time. Like who to go in the game is not MJ. Kobe Bryant top 10, not what we say. I keep Elijah one is very overrated. Keep it real if it ain't fact, we don't say it. Now it's stable, we won't be ignored. We #1, especially when coming to sports. FYF bringing the heat here, of course, where everything backed up with actual source.
Talk about history, boys, you Scooby-Doo talking in mysteries. You is a puppet, the ticket, that's misery. Said that you body bang, boy, know your history. Shout out A-Weezy, you reppin' the city. You giving the smoke and it come with a bang. These little sheep only know how to follow. When they see a wolf, they don't know how to dang. It's a debate, don't you come with your feelings, just facts. Cause you know that the shark's in the tank. But I'm off your neck cause you got all these L's. And I don't need to talk cause those losses have weight. It's facts over feelings, you talk about history. Boys, you Scooby-Doo talking in mysteries. You is a puppet, the ticket, that's misery. Said that you body bang, boy, know your history. It's facts over feelings, you talk about history. Boys, you Scooby-Doo talking in mysteries. You is a puppet, the ticket, that's misery. Said that you body bang, boy, know your history.
gangsters think you tough, knowing you ain't bout that life. Okay, now we call your bluff. This time that you pay the price. Oh, you scared, huh? Police bout to read them rights. I don't wanna go to jail, man. Might not get no bail, man. Gangsters think you tough until them rollers pull them cuffs. Okay, now we call your bluff. You just be talking all that stuff. Oh, you a big dog, huh? Cut it out, boy, not even close. I don't wanna go to jail, man. I'm broke, can't get no bail, man.
Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the bite. Are we going now? Your feelings hurt. When it get real, all of them fakes, so they ain't ready now. It be too high, we getting lit, cause we speaking now. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the bite. Are we going now?
I know they ain't ready at all. I stay ready, time to ball. No referee, I got shots to call. Believe I'm the best, so I'm better than y'all. Fuck your feelings, you know that's law. Running it up, now we running it back. It's that full court pressure, don't cut no slack. Jam it to the max. Ooh, bank count still full of racks. For the competition, they done went missing. The champ is here, look how the ring glisten. It's honorable mention, don't ever forget it. It's FYF, don't care about the ticket. You know we with it, yeah. We gon' do whatever it takes. Fuck all the hate. FYF still going down. It's one of the greats.
Are you feeling sorry? When it get real, all of them fakes, so they ain't ready now. It be too high, we get it lit, cause we speaking now. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the
all I hear is yap, 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 yap. Ain't talking about nothing, right? Watch this. We gon' bring that pressure.
Just a little FYI, FYF 20K sub, 6 months, what's next? They been hating at first, now they calling us the best. Hit up YouTube, tell them cut the check. Just a FYI, FYF 20K sub, 6 months, what's next? Woo! Fuck your feelings, we all know who the real is. I be getting to it, ain't wasting no time. Walking straight in, we ain't waiting in line. Fuck your feelings, you don't care about mine. You a YouTube gangster, don't be yelling out slime. Or you talking LB, talking Ticket TV. Ain't nobody watching them, all the viewers be sleep. 5 years in, all your subs is your friends. Ticket TV, watch your cars again. Just a little FYI, FYF 20K sub, 6 months, what's next? They been hating at first, now they calling us the best. Hit up YouTube, tell them cut the check. Just a FYI, FYF 20K sub, 6 months, what's next? Woo! Fuck your feelings, we all know who the real. They all know, shop don't close. Working 24, trying to make the channel grow. Look at them, pointing fingers, hating on the low. You can't compete with our podcast show. Couldn't make it in the league, so we got on TV. Crying by LeBron like a little baby. You must be crazy, trying to ever play me. Or you super tough until it's time to say cheese. Just a little FYI, FYF 20K sub, 6 months, what's next? They been hating at first, now they calling us the best. Hit up YouTube, tell them cut the check. Just a FYI, FYF 20K sub, 6 months, what's next? Woo! Fuck your feelings, we all know who the real is.
Nah, that's just passion. We love the game. You already know what it is. FYF. You don't got tough skin. Might as well not even come on in. Talk to 'em.
FYF, blow the whistle, man, we too official. Better check the film, we not one of them. The greatest to ever ball above the rim. They wasn't with me shooting in the gym. Cut the small conversation, debate on major levels. This the playoffs, baby, bring that pressure, we never settle. Cross and spin, getting it in, I wanna win. That teamwork got us headed to the ship again. Oh, LeBron better than MJ, cut it out. Half these fans in the stands don't know what they talking about. Half court jumpers, crowd going wild. FYF ranked #1, you better say it loud. Intellectual talk, but fuck your feelings. Elijah 1 too overrated, Kobe still a realist. Top 10 all time, now how they cut the line. Magic Johnson, Draymond Green, one in the same kind. Fuck your feelings, fast break, stop and pull a J. He got how many rings, nothing else to say. With the team, live streaming, play by play. This the dream, full steam on the road to 100K. FYF, blow the whistle, man, we too official. Better check the film, we not one of them. The greatest to ever ball above the rim. They wasn't with me shooting in the gym. Cut the small conversation, debate on major levels. This the playoffs, baby, bring that pressure, we never settle. Cross and spin, getting it in, I wanna win. That teamwork got us headed to the ship again. Started small, then turned into big dogs. They treat me like the GM. I just make the call. No matter who my op is, I'ma stand tall. Then pull up to the game fresh like I just left the mall. 100K, 100K, 100K. Check the score. We gon' bust the shot clock. Fans running to the floor. All I hear is go this and go that. Man, your team suck. Hang it up like a coat rack. I love the game, I admit it. I can't quit it. Step in front of me, man, your ankles gon' get the business. Been a legend like Moses Malone, way ahead of my time. This the greatest sports show ever. I just had to remind. FYF, FYF, blow the whistle, man, we too official. Better check the film, we not one of them. The greatest to ever ball above the rim. They wasn't with me shooting in the gym. Cut the small conversation, debate on major levels. This the playoffs, baby, bring that pressure, we never settle. Cross and spin, getting it in, I wanna win. That teamwork got us headed to the ship again.
Here we go. FYF Sports, man. Appreciate y'all pulling up today. Got a good show for you guys, man. We got to go over a lot of these games, man. Game 7s, man. Pacers. Man, the Pacers just turned the New York Knicks' hopes and dreams. They just basically made – Pacers just basically made the Knicks the Clippers. I mean, you talking about a Knicks fan base that infiltrated the Philadelphia 76ers arena, won that series. I mean, they did so much. I mean, you talk about a year where you talk about a year where the platter is just completely laid out for you to get to the Eastern Conference Finals. I'm talking about just laid out on a platter. All you got to do is beat the Pacers. Arguably got the best player in the series, got the most momentum, got the craziest fan base. Man, and y'all shell up and flake out and lose to the Pacers in a Game 7 in New York. I mean, the most ideal situation. And the only thing it does is it adds fuel to the fire for the people. And for people like me that believe that Jalen Brunson is not a superstar, all it does is add fuel to that fire, and it adds some legitimacy to it. Jalen Brunson, at his core, is at best a number 2 or 3 option on a championship level team. Cupid says that, yeah, the wrestling show right now is every Sunday. We're gonna try, right? Depending on the flow of the show and what we can do, we're gonna try to get it a few more times. But if not, that's cool. We'll rock out with it on Sundays. Today we just gonna be going over the film, man. That Pacers game, we're gonna be going through the film. Especially in the Minnesota Timberwolves game, we got to go through the film. That game was crazy. So we're going to be going through the film of a couple games. We got Pootie says, Lamont, how is he not? Well, he's not a superstar, Pootie. He's an all-star. So, Pootie, just like I said, Pootie, you got a whole summer to Google and figure it out. I'm not about to sit here and go through it and give you a diatribe. He's not a superstar, and he proved it yesterday. Becky Hammond, to a certain degree, was right. People wanted her to be wrong, primarily because she was a woman, and they got all caught up in the emotional side of what she said. It's very extremely hard to win in the NBA with a small guard. It's hard to win with a small guard. Steph Curry, Isaiah Thomas, after that, that's over with. And you're talking about the guy who most recently did it in Steph Curry, who was a generational talent above generational talents. Jalen Brunson ain't that. Salute to the Knicks, hell of a run. It was fun to watch him. I love that style of play. Y'all know I love teams that start with defense and play hard. I love that. But look, Knicks fans, if y'all think this is a championship caliber team, y'all, I mean, look, this is not. Y'all had a hell of a run. There was a little luck involved because of the Milwaukee Bucks injuries. So there was a couple things. I didn't think you guys would beat the Sixers, so that was hell of an accomplishment. But even with that, there was a little luck involved because Joel Embiid was once again injured. And only player you had to outdo was Tyrese Maxey, man. Again, man, the Knicks is just being the Knicks. The Knicks are the Clippers of the East. Salute to Mahari, salute to Dust, salute to everybody in the chat today, man. Appreciate you guys pulling up to FYF Sports, man. We got some film to go through today. We got a lot to take. Salute to Jason Brown, I seen you here. Brian A, man, appreciate you guys pulling up. Make sure you guys, man, hit the Cash App to support, man. Y'all see it in the chat. Y'all see it. We have a new Cash App, just so you know, because there's been a lot of people messaging me saying, look, Lamont, I'm trying to send you Cash Apps. It won't go through. I'm trying to get you to shout out my message or whatever. I had a couple people even want me to shout out their songs. Look, all you have to do is it's a temporary Cash App that we're using. I'm about to drop it in the chat if you want to support. Also, if you want to become a member of the channel, we're going to let you know that as well. So hold on. Let me. And also, you see that Streamlabs. Make sure you support the Crossover Podcast as well. $ the Crossover Podcast. So make sure you guys are supporting them as well. All right. So like I said, when you guys see that link, right, we are doing merch giveaways for the first 10 members of the channel. We're doing merchandise giveaways. All right. I'm going to let you guys know what that merch is later on in the show, right? We got some LeBron gear. We got some Jordan gear. We got some FYF gear. All gear that you can choose from. Become a member of the channel. The link to become a member is going to pop up randomly throughout the stream tonight. Make sure you guys take advantage of that as we progress through the show tonight and we get to this film. He says, Lamont, you going over to OKC? Yes, I'm going to be going over to OKC Dallas game as well. But, really when I look at that right there, right, I think that game is the easiest to summarize of them because I think that was just experience versus youth. Experience versus youth. The foul at the end of the game, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, that's just youth. That's just you not being there. That's just you making a dumb mistake, right? Giving up a big lead, not knowing how to weather the storm in those moments. That was just youth, and they just showed their youth. This is why, going into the playoffs, a lot of people were saying, well, we kind of like that matchup with the OKC Thunder. Because when the going gets tough and when it kind of comes down to it, I mean, you could argue. I mean, you could argue that they wilted in that moment. I mean, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander I'm talking about going toe to toe with Kyrie and them boys, but Dallas, I think, just had too much firepower, too much experience. Kyrie's experience just was shining. It was shining. And depending on how this particular this year plans out, depending on how it pans out, we may have to start looking at Kyrie in a different light. I mean, Kyrie is looking a little bit different this year, man. You got to admit that. All right, hold on, y'all. Let me get these links in here for y'all. I got it right here. All right, y'all. Make sure we got our tips going. You can donate. If you got any messages you want on the screen, you can just donate. Like I said, you can donate. Put your message in. We're going to get it on the screen. Mods, man, if anybody's spamming like Dreamers Pro and whatnot, the Streamlab mod is obviously going to take care of it. But mods, if they just keep spamming, mods, you just got to just give them a 24-hour ban. We appreciate the engagement, but man, you can't muddy up the chat just putting in Dreamers Pro. I almost want to know who's at home doing that. Like, how is that entertaining? Salute to Ahmad for subscribing, and I seen the messages from you guys subscribing earlier, so I appreciate you guys subscribing. Hold on, let me go ahead and get Kevin up out of here. All right, Moose, I might have to make you a mod, man. I need my mods to start activating, man. Mods got to start activating. We got to get some of these people up out of here. Salute to T Streets. I'm putting him on timeout. 24 hours. Kevin said why. I don't know. Kevin, just still go think about it somewhere, Kevin. You ain't blocked. You can still, you still with us. Salute to Skinny SRT. Salute to give me on FYF, man. I mean, look, man, we gonna probably drop the link a little later on. Salute to Tiffany Ned, man, one of the top mods of the channel. MC Wills, man, I saw T Streets in there as well. Will Lakers, man, I see you guys. Lamont, Nuggets are out. I'm so glad. Look, it's hard. And so, remember, I don't know if a lot of you guys remember this last year. Remember last year when I was saying that Jamal Murray was not a superstar? Jamal Murray was not a top 10 player. I said, just because they won a championship. Remember, I had that debate over on Player's Choice. And I said, all of you guys are riding this championship high, and you've put Jamal Murray in this upper echelon of players. And I said, the only thing that's going to happen is, because they had a good run last year, but there was a lot of luck involved. And I said, the only thing that's going to happen is you guys are going to over-bloviate, you're going to over-elevate them. And when they let you down next year because they've come back down to earth, then panties going to be all up in the bunch. You're going to be running around talking about he choked. I said, all you got to do is just rank them appropriately to begin with. Jamal Murray hasn't even made an all-star game. He's not an all NBA level player. I've been saying that. I said the proof is he's a hell of a player. He had a hell of a playoff run. Now people want to, he choked and he was never that type of guy anyway. He ain't never been that guy. But now everybody want to get all, he choked. No, Jokic didn't choke. Jokic is just kind of out there by himself. Jokic is the only all-star on that team. What y'all expect to happen? Talking about, I see all these videos, Jokic choked. And no, they didn't choke. They just were the Nuggets. They just got outclassed by a team that was extremely well coached. A team that had far more depth. This is not the same Denver Nugget team that we saw last year. Come on, man. Jamal Murray was playing at about 75%. They have no Bruce Brown. They lost depth. And when you look at when is somebody going to, and as we're going to do today, when is somebody just going to give credit to guys like Rudy Gobert? See, this is where people struggle because also conversely, you had these same people running around, Rudy Gobert trash. I mean, crazy it is, and salute to Legend of Winning. He's been one of those people at the forefront. Oh, Rudy Gobert is trash. No, he's not. He is one of the best defenders of the last 20 years. He just does a lot of things that don't show up in statistical measurement categories. He, as a defender, he consistently puts himself in a position to get dunked on, to get scored on, because he's consistently taking challenges on the defensive end over and over, because he's looked at as the mistake eraser. This is why the Minnesota Timberwolves gave up so much to get Rudy Gobert. All the slander. Oh, he a fake defensive player of the year. Oh, is he? I can't tell. They just put out the reigning MVP, a guy that's been said to be the greatest offensive player, one of the greatest offensive players of all time. He just put that guy out. But I don't hear anybody talking about Jaden McDaniel, Ant Edwards' great defense, even Mike Conley. Ain't nobody gonna talk. Even the job that Karl-Anthony Towns did defensively, he's not even a defensive player. Everybody's just gonna run and say Jokic choked. Thank you, Dustin. Nas Reed. This team had so much size and depth. And not only that, what makes them even more lethal is every player outside of Rudy Gobert, every big man that they have, every good defensive player that they have is also elite offensively to a certain degree. We saw Jaden McDaniels turn up the last two games offensively, also be an elite defender. Anthony Edwards, elite defender. Nas Reed, elite defender out there. Karl-Anthony Towns, not known as an elite defender, but he definitely played elite defense against Nikola Jokic and the Denver Nuggets. One-on-one matched up with Karl-Anthony Towns. Nikola Jokic was shooting under 40% from the field whenever he was matched up one-on-one with Karl-Anthony Towns. That's elite level defense. Start just applauding the greatness of this era. Start just applauding the greatness of this era. This is why teams can't three-peat. This is why we will never see another three-peat. There is too much talent in this era. There is too much competitive fervor in this era. You win a championship, you're going to have everybody hawking you down. Everybody is going to be knocking on that door. No. Oh, you the champs? Oh, we in there. We knocking on that door. But see, everybody wants to say this era of basketball is weak and all of this. No. It's because, look, you can't tell me. There's going to be a lot of people riding Anthony Edwards when this is all said and done. Nobody predicted this. What we're seeing from Anthony Edwards right now is Anthony Edwards just stepping up to the plate saying, I'm going to accept the challenge of trying to dethrone the champions. As a 22-year-old in this league, I'm going to step up to that challenge. I'm going to be the leader of this team. And as we've seen, we are starting to see a new crop of young talent explode into the NBA. That's all it is. People are going to be mad. People are going to get hate. And people are going to try to make every excuse in the world. But it is what it is, man. Make sure y'all hit that Cash App, man. $ Brook88B. Y'all see it in the chat. Hit that Cash App to support. And I know when we do these vertical lives, y'all, the links are a little bit harder to hit. So I'm just going to be putting the cash tag in the chat for y'all to support. I know people like Wally, a lot of you guys consistently support. I want to make sure you guys got the Cash App, man. Let me put it in the chat one more time. And I'm going to pin it to the top just so you guys have it, man. You guys see a host of other links. I think as you guys see links pop up through the chat, the membership link is the most important. Also, the Discord link, man. If you want to stay in tune with all of the shows that we have. We just had our wrestling show. We just did our vertical live with the crossover show where Gilbert Arenas even pulled up. That live was crazy. I think it's around 10,000 views right now. We also have a Monday show starting with Hollywood Herm. Man, we're probably the goal. We working on shows with Renegade. If we can get Renegade locked in, H from the UK as well with the boxing show. So we really trying to get a network of shows going, bona fide shows, legitimate shows, not just the same old panel show. We trying to change it up, man. It ain't just about to be a whole bunch of talking heads on the panel all the time, man. We trying to level up and give you guys something unique and different, man. Let me pin this in the chat real quick. But we're going to get to this film. Salute to Empire Jeff, man. Salute to Empire Jeff. Make sure y'all check him out. Hellified content creator, man. Brings a little bit of realism. I see a lot of people like Empire. I'm going to tell y'all. Empire Jeff, even Lakers in 5, even Moose Talks Hoops. What y'all going to start realizing as you grow, because you guys teeter along the line of being unbiased, willing to call it like it is, and be realistic, as you guys start to grow, you're going to start to see how ridiculous some of these fan bases are on both ends of the spectrum. And you guys are probably already seeing it now, right? And it's hard being the middle ground guy. It's actually harder. All these people on the internet, y'all, and I'm talking about from the YouTube side of it. From the YouTube side of it are some of the most fakest in the world. And I'm going to tell you why. Because they'll cry about the Kendrick Perkins and the Stephen A's and the Nick Wrights. I don't care who it is in the media. They'll say, oh, he's on Team LeBron. Oh, they hate LeBron. They always talk about people being on one side or the other. That's all they are. That's all they are. Some of your favorite content creators, all they do is just teeter along one side. Then we'll complain about the Dreamer Pros. We'll complain about the Kendrick Perkins. We'll complain about the Chris Broussards. They are all one and the same. The people that are most hated are the people that are willing to call it like it is. What do y'all think Herm is hated so much? Because you never know what he's going to say one day. He might come in here one day and say LeBron is borderline the GOAT after something that he saw. Next day, he's saying he with the Nazis and Jokic, man, wanting to see LeBron James fall. That's why we got to give Hollywood Herm. We got to give him his own show. Salute to Wally. Wally as well. This is one of the reasons why, Wally is boisterous. A lot of people think he's just loud but some people mistake Wally. What they do is they get so emotionally invested in how he's saying it, they forget the message. I would have to say 75-80% of the time, I kind of really agree with Wally most of the time on a lot of the takes. It ain't really too much pushback. Salute to Carius Whitley, man. He said it's over for old niggas LeBron, KD, and it kind of is. It is. We're seeing a new breed of stars in the league now, man. We see a new breed of stars. And the problem, and what's making it difficult for KD and them is that unlike how when Jordan played, everybody was like, ooh, that's Jordan. We scared of Jordan. That's Black Jesus. These players like Anthony Edwards will come up to you, dap you up. Man, you was one of my favorite players. Man, I used to look up to you. But now I'm about to bust your ass. I'm sorry. And I'm about to talk shit while we doing it. Look at what the Minnesota Timberwolves on that at kicking Denver out, beating Denver in their own stadium. They showboating on the way out. And Edwards waving to the crowd, laughing at them. Y'all was doing all that talking, pointing at people in the crowd. Right? Bouncing the ball, trying to dunk it at the end of the game. Man, they got no respect for these old heads. Everybody talk about they all friends and whatnot. These new breed of young players is really trying to embarrass you. They really trying to embarrass you. Salute to Alex Fitzgerald. Yeah, I seen you in there in that wrestling stream. Yes, sir. Yeah, make sure you pull up. That's going to be every Sunday. Then we got the crossover podcast every Saturday. Empire Jeff says, I'm starting to get a lot of pushback nowadays. People don't like the ones that think independently and call it like it is. Yeah, that's facts. They don't. They want you to join a team. They want you to be on somebody's side. You have to agree. So what you have is you have sects of agreement teams, agreement channels. This channel, we agree. This channel, we agree. Who's going to call it down the line, man? Who's going to be real with it? Salute to Crest for Power, man. I see you in here. Appreciate you, Rap Guy Reloaded, Tackable Pine, man. Appreciate you, man. Y'all some OG subscribers, man. When we say some of these names, the Wallies, man, Percy, Bedford, man, I don't think y'all realize, man, these are OGs, man, from I'm talking about the golden era FYF Sports, man. When I ran the intro and I ran through all of the songs that we've had on this channel since its existence, for a lot of people, a lot of them songs have meanings because it's like different eras of FYF Sports, man. It's crazy. Make sure y'all become a member of the channel today. Become a member of FYF Sports. We're about to get into the film. Make sure you become a member of FYF Sports Debates, man. Link is in the chat, man. Become a member. All you got to do is click that link. Become a member, right? You can gift subs to other people. You can do whatever you want. Become a member, man. We're running our memberships through Streamlabs. And if you got a message, you can also just tip through Streamlabs. And I'll put that message up on the screen. We'll get to your question immediately. Mahari says, LVZ. We got our host of Hall of Famers, One Cool P, LVZ, even Elder still a Hall of Famer. So we got a lot of people, man, the OG days of FYF, but we're going to be trying to bring that sense of the OG days back, man. We got to bring that back, man, especially now that we got other we got other people, other content creators doing their own channels over here. And if you in the chat and you've been thinking about it, you run your show over here. The biggest thing about it is I don't want your show to be affiliated with FYF. I don't want it to look like FYF. I don't want it to feel like FYF when I do the shows. I want it to be all you. That's why I want to get people like Renegade up here, because I know if Renegade has a show, we don't know what the hell he gonna look like. But I do know it's gonna be entertaining. Right, so y'all gotta stay in tune, man, with FYF Sports, man. Let's get to some of this film, man. Let's get to some of this film, man. Remember, first 10 members get free merch. First 10 members get free merch. So make sure you become a member of the channel today, man. The link is gonna be in the chat all night. If you become a member and I miss it, I'm gonna be putting a post up on the community tab. So yeah, everybody knows who was one of the first members of the channel through our Streamlabs memberships, man. But let's get to this right here, man. We gonna go through the Pacers film first, because I like I said, I do have an appreciation for the Knicks, even though I think it's pretty funny that they got ousted and outed the way they did. You know, I do have a real strong appreciation for him, man. So I don't want to kill him too much. All right, let's get this film going. Pacers, Knicks. Hold on one second. Let's get this going. All right, man, we got the film, man. Hopefully, make sure that if the volume's too loud for the game and y'all can't hear me, just let me know, man, and I'll turn it down, man. We got Knicks Pacers game right here. Let's get to it.
Played great basketball, certainly in Game 6.
Mike, it's not as simple as this, but the team that has won the rebounding
in Game 5. Brunson against Naismith. Those two have been together since Game 3. Falling away, shot bounces around and drops in. As the Pacers dominated. Haliburton to Siakam. Siakam jumper, that's good. He was terrific on Friday night. Three-pointer in and out. Hartenstein, the offensive rebound. Back out, Anunoby. Josh Hart. Anunoby, his first shot in 11 days is good.
Having OG back was big.
Winning 2 thrillers.
Having OG back was big for them.
I like that little two-man action.
Najee says, in LeBron we trust, man. Boy, you spam that a lot, don't you? So Pacers do exactly what they need to do. On these games on the road, man, getting off to a good start is vital. In an arena like the Garden, where a lot of players talk about the depth perception is odd, man, you got to get ahead and get out in front of this team, because this Knicks team, man, they can make threes in bunches. We even saw that with Dante DiVincenzo today. So we got Brunson probing in the lane. Mid-range master, man. Mid-range master for Brunson, man. Good shot right there. Josh Hart, top of the key attack. Man, and they really were trying to really take advantage of the lack of size that the Pacers had in the middle. Whenever Turner wasn't in the game, they either they played to the middle or they found ways to pull him from the paint so he couldn't rim protect. Haliburton, who struggled early in the series, had a big game today. Right here, we see him in the middle. Tough shot right there. Way to be patient right there. Yeah, that Pascal step back was nasty. Good pass to the corner in transition. Funny looking release, but it works, man. Haliburton with another bucket, and they're weathering the storm right here, maintaining the lead early so they have a chance at the end. Haliburton, tough shot right there. And shooting-wise, this was a historic night for the Pacers. And we saw early in the year, y'all, this was a lethal offense. They lost a little bit of that edge with injuries after the play-in tournament, but it looks like they're getting it back right now. Good DHO right there. He comes back. Doesn't do a good job of sealing the baseline. McConnell, man, could potentially be their most impactful player this series. Could be the most impactful. Look at Alec Burke. You know, them lose. You know what made the Knicks look not as elite is when they lost Bogdanovich. When Bogdanovich went down with that injury that put him out, that's when they started to look beatable on some nights. Bogdanovich was the guy that was the killer versus the Sixers. And without him versus the Pacers, they just seemed like they lacked the firepower. Good shot right there by Alec Burks. But Alec Burks, man, can score himself, man. Pretty elite in that aspect on his own. Well, you know, the Lakers did not get it. I mean, not the Lakers, but the Pacers don't get enough credit for how they draft. They draft really well. You know, never would have thought Nembhard would have been this type of player coming into the league, coming out of Gonzaga. Good outlook right here. Knicks with the defense. Turns the offense, man. 56-40. Now the Knicks are really trying to storm back. This is why I say it's important. Get off to that lead early when you're on the road. You can weather any particular storm. Burke right there, getting to the rim. Come on, Burke can score the basketball. Why he's so underrated in this league, why he gets bounced around so much, I don't know. But he can score the basketball. Good bucket right there by Turner. Way to fight, man. And this right here, buckets like that, really start to highlight the lack of size that this Knicks team has. Because that's what it ultimately came down to. Loved how they picking up Jalen Brunson in the full court. I think that's one of the things that started to wear on him. Siakam being aggressive right there. Turnaround fadeaway, man. His experience in the playoffs really started to shine in Game 7 here. Up 20 Pacers, looking dominant. Can the Knicks make another run? I think that was the biggest key of the night. Would this Pacer team do like OKC and let their youth supersede what they were able to do to get the lead? Adrian says, Lamont, what team do you have winning the championship? As it stands right now, you got to go with the Minnesota Timberwolves. But again, it's a tough call either way. It's a tough call either way. Knicks with the ball. Great finish right there. You see John Stark. You see all the OG Knicks in the crowd, man. DiVincenzo, 7 threes on the night.
Back up top, Siakam. Siakam on the drive. Haliburton lines up, three-pointer. Got it. Tyrese Haliburton with his 50th back for a split second, and Siakam found Haliburton. Brunson tries a three. That's good. Big buckets from the Knicks. Back to a double-figure lead. DiVincenzo wide open for three.
DiVincenzo, another three right there. Big-time shot. Says the thing Anthony Edwards would destroy the Celtics. It's just hard to say. It's hard to say. But they do seem more locked in. And their grind to get to the finals is going to be a lot tougher. I mean, the Celtics has kind of had a cakewalk there. I mean, deservedly so. It's supposed to be a cakewalk for the #1 seed. And on this play right here, this is the play where Jalen Brunson actually re-aggravated that hand right there. That's what a lot of people were saying. And so now we see the roles reverse. A team that might be slightly more experienced than the Knicks, they're starting to make the mistakes of the young team right there. Pacers in transition. Haliburton patient. Knocks down the big-time three right there, man. And this is where a lot of people knew that, okay, this just ain't the Knicks night. The Knicks are going to be eliminated, man. They could not find a way to shake the rhythm of the Pacers. And if you still watch the Pacers, even when they had the lead up 20 points, they're still actively picking up full court, applying the same pressure. They are not taking their foot off the gas. They are applying the same pressure that got them there. Smart move by Rick Carlisle, one of the more underrated coaches of the league, man. Another big shot by Alec Burke, but man, if you're relying on Alec Burke to bail you out in a game 7, man, you in big time trouble right there. Pacers in transition. Good bucket right there. Edwards is drawing comparisons to Jordan, Kobe, and Wade. Do you see the same? I think that they're all different players, Adrian Knight, but I do see that same competitive fire. But there's a lot of players with that same competitive fire. We just don't pay attention to them because they're on other teams.
Mike just got this update from the Knicks, and it's not good for Jalen Brunson. A fractured left hand. He's done for the day.
Damn, Jalen Brunson out, man, in a game 7, man. Whew. Tough right there. Especially in the fourth quarter. I mean, and then the Knicks essentially just folded, man. Anthony Edwards equals Bulls Jimmy Butler. No, Anthony, I think that's not even close. Anthony Edwards is far superior, far superior athlete. He's a far superior offensive player. I think he has the potential to be a much better defender because of his size. I think he has far more of a increased skill set than Jimmy Butler, man.
Haliburton drives, lays it up and in, and a foul.
And you said stop with the Jordan stuff and Anthony. Y'all got to stop being so scared to have players be compared to Jordan. It's okay. Anthony Edwards at 22 years old is doing something that Jordan never did at that age. He has a team in the conference finals. When Jordan faced the champs in the Celtics, he got swept. When Anthony Edwards faces the champs, he says, "We not about to get swept." Yeah, salute to Mr. Moss as well. He says, "Salute, fellas." He says, "I think the Pacers get 2 games versus Boston." Yeah, the Pacers got a tall task. They got a big mountain to climb versus the Celtics. They're going to be outmanned and outclassed at almost every position. I mean, I think the only thing that's slightly in the Pacers' favor is the fact that Kristaps Porzingis is going to be out to start the series. Outside of that, I don't know how the Pacers can truly compete. And I think, if the Pacers find a way to compete, it's probably going to be to the genius of Rick Carlisle to some degree. It's going to have to be because, Miles Turner, he's going to have to play unbelievably well to beat the Celtics. Tyrese Haliburton can't have those games like he had against the Knicks where he completely disappears. He can't have any performances like that. Anthony says, Ant was awful last night offensively in Game 7. Are we just going to ignore that? Yes, he shot 6 of 24, but he made timely shots. He still had 8 rebounds, 7 assists, right? His defense, let's not act like he did not defend at a high level. Let's act like he wasn't one of the primary reasons as to why Jamal Murray was completely clamped up all night. So maybe his offense wavered to a certain degree because he was more focused on defending. Instead of chasing buckets and scoring to chase numbers, he was just worried about doing what it takes to win the game, Anthony. And win the game is what they did. So no matter how you slice it, because we've seen Kobe shoot poorly, but still win the game. We've seen Jordan shoot poorly and still win the game. We've seen the LeBrons shoot poorly and still win the game. We've even seen Steph Curry do what it needs to be done to win the game. Coaches will always tell you, and one of the best coaches, John Calipari, talked about, you can't control makes and misses, but you can control your energy and effort and how you defend every single possession. Sometimes you just ain't got it that night. Sometimes you just ain't got it. Shot ain't falling. But there are other things that you can control. And so, for example, when we look at that Laker team, for example, D'Angelo Russell, when his shot ain't falling, what do we see? We see a player that looks like he's broken. Body language is off. Energy is off. No motivation to go defend. No heart. Right? No competitive fervor. That's the problem right there. Right? So I love to see when a player is struggling offensively because it really starts to show us who that player is. Who is this player? When he is struggling offensively, does he still have the intestinal fortitude to still go out there and compete at a significant level? Thank you, Steph, in the chat. You got to remain confident. Thank you, Timeout with Mr. Miles. He says, yeah, can't knock Ant-Man for his shooting, the fact that he impact. Thank you. I don't care about his shooting numbers. I look at wins and losses. I don't even really care about shooting numbers when the team loses. The best players are always going to take the most shots. If you're the best player on the team, you're always going to take the most shots. It's how you impact the game. Look at Jason Tatum. Jason Tatum sacrificed his numbers this year to have a winning regular season. And it's not like any of y'all in the chat, none of y'all were calling for him to win the MVP. 60 wins, most dominant team in the league. But Jason Tatum, because he wanted to be the team guy, because he wasn't going out there trying to score 35 points a night, because he was willing to defer to some of the other good players on the team, have a balanced offensive attack, defend at a high level. Are y'all gonna give him credit? Am I the only one to say that he should have been in the MVP conversation? Y'all are so hyper focused on scoring the basketball, offense. And then in that same breath, you will complain that guys don't defend. Didn't give no praise or credit to the players that defend, just like a Rudy Gobert. It's so sad for me to people. Y'all will trash the best defenders of this league. For years, Draymond Green has got trashed. Rudy Gobert's got trashed. Patrick Beverly gets trashed. All the best defenders just get trashed. Y'all don't care. Y'all only want to see these guys score, and if they don't score well, they play bad. That's not true. If they don't score efficiently enough for you, they play bad. That's not how the game works. Winning the game is what matters. And the sad part about it is when these players do what it takes to win the game, just like Anthony Edwards did yesterday, just like Jason Tatum did all season, you guys won't give them an ounce of credit. Right? Because up until Nikola Jokic got eliminated from the playoffs, it was a lot of you guys in the chat that were saying he was MVP. Now all of a sudden he ain't MVP worthy because he ain't winning. Don't get mad now. Don't get mad now because he out. He says they don't give Kyrie credit. No, they don't give Kyrie credit. But see, one of the main elements that what are one of the main intangibles that made Kyrie much better this year? He's defending better. He's defending at a higher level. When you start to defend at a higher level, it gives you an added level of respect in that locker room. Look at when you look at a guy like Karl-Anthony Towns, who was never really known as a defensive player, his ability to go out there and defend with high effort and intensity, you will get an additional layer of respect from your teammates, which adds to the locker room chemistry. Luka picked up his defense as well. And when you see a guy like Kyrie and Luka both pick up their defense, then you're probably going to be less likely to nod your head and put your head down and be mad when they take those bad shots on the offensive end. We just get back and defend. We'll get it back. And I started to see that with the Nuggets. As some of the players like KCP were missing shots, I started to see heads hanging. I started to see body language come into play. I started to see Jokic getting frustrated. We saw Jamal Murray getting frustrated, getting caught up with the refs early in that series. Those are signs that the other team is starting to break you. Because conversely, what did we see from the Minnesota Timberwolves? All you would hear was hot mics in that huddle. We got it, y'all. We got it. We still in it. Don't worry about it. We down, right? 5 minutes at a time. Pointing at the crowd. They ain't talking to the refs. They talking to the crowd. They talking to the other players. But, I guess, like I said, y'all want to fake. Y'all want to fake like y'all care about these guys that defend, and y'all don't. Let me give a shout out, too. Salute to Tiffany Ned, man, one of the top mods of the channel with the Cash App donation, man. Much appreciated. Appreciate you coming through in the Cash App. Let me check my recent events, man. Let me give a shout out to the people that just subbed up before we get to this next game. Salute to we've had salute to Al Safar, salute to Ismi Blood, salute to the J Fam, salute to IMTS, salute to Khan, salute to Adams, salute to Sarah, salute to the Daily Guidepost, salute to Earl Parker, man, salute to Hypnotic, man. Appreciate you guys all subscribing to the channel. It is much appreciated, man. Like I said, make sure you don't just subscribe, man. Become a member of the channel, man. Become a member of the channel. Or if you want to super chat a message, hit that link in the chat right there. Super chat your message, man, so we can get it on the screen and we can address some of your questions and concerns, man.
This player is 16th. Combined almost 4,200 NBA games officiated. And here we go. Shot clock against Gordon.
Another
underneath.
Oh, let me turn that sound down, man, so y'all can hear me. But Wolves Nuggets. And this game was a little bit different on the flip side. The Nuggets get off to a hot start. Jamal Murray cooking, starts the game off with a 3 right there. And this was a game right here where I just think early on, the Minnesota Timberwolves were just trying to figure out, okay, how do we attack in this Game 7 environment? And I think they were kind of playing like, when I look at how they were playing, they were kind of playing like a team early in this game. I'm not talking about late, but I'm talking about early in this game. They were playing like a team that was basically saying, I don't want to be the guy that has a bad night tonight and we lose the game. That's how they were playing early. So you saw some of their guys where I saw moments where maybe they should have attacked in these particular moments. Maybe they should have been a bit more aggressive in these moments offensively. That's why I say these game sevens, it takes playing in a game seven to know how to deal with the game seven. And I think they were figuring that out on the go. And because they are a more connected team, I think they were able to overcome that coming out of halftime and kind of refocus and just basically say, this is a new game coming out of halftime, and our approach has to be completely different. We have to play with no holds barred. We cannot play with no regrets. We have to play our game. We have to trust what's got us here. Good or bad, making shots or missing shots, we have to trust what's got us here. And I think that's what helped them the most, man. But like I said, Minnesota Timberwolves, this is why they were one of the most slept on teams, because they do a lot of things that aren't really appreciated today by fans. That's a good pass right there. Great pass right there, man. Murray, man, gets to the rim, man. Boy, they got a tough. So, just a little basketball knowledge for you guys. The Denver Nuggets spam this action. It's called the Spinoli action. The Spinoli action is an action where you're running a ton of DHOs from the corners, but you're consistently rolling Jokic down the middle of the court. And they spam this. This is the same action that one of the first Spanish teams used to defeat the American Olympic team. It's called the Spinoli action. So if you guys are coaching, if you are a coach and you want some form of an offense that's kind of overpowered and unstoppable, y'all need to Google that, man. Because when they run it, it's tough to defend. But I want you guys to watch. I want you guys to watch how the Denver Nuggets simply blow this action up, especially late game, with just all-out energy. Not even nothing special. It's just energy. Energy plays. Let's get to this. Good shot right there, man.
And Minnesota had done the same thing before game 6. Towns chiseling and gets the 2.
Love the patience. That's the second
two-man game. Caldwell Pope will pile drive his way inside. Shot clock at 4 for Murray 3. Sizing up Karl-Anthony Towns, who's been the primary defender late in the series. Murray triple.
Bucket. Denver now is starting to explode. Denver up 28-19. Boy, this is when they were looking tough. Good shot by Porter. Knockdown. Things are just going well. Things are going well for him, making shots. Tough shot right there by Anthony Edwards. Right place, right time. Christian Braun gets to the free throw line just off of effort and intensity, man. This is a hellified series right here. One of the best series of this year's playoffs, man. Boy, McDaniels. Murray in the middle of that lane. Boy, Murray's a nightmare when he gets to the middle of the floor. Spinoli action. Jokic chooses not to roll. Boy, he's barbecuing. Look, a lot of people thought it was over with at this point in time. It was over with. 45-31, man. Jokic with almost a triple-double in the first half. Way to quell the run right there. Murray with a double-double in the first half himself. Another bucket. He says Denver choked the game away. I don't like how Mike Malone was being rude to the reporters just because they choked. Quest, you're generally upset after you lose. What do you mean rude to reporters? I mean, you're usually pretty annoyed after a game. Down by 15 going into half. The lead actually gets up to 20 right here on this made three. Bop. And we thought that Denver would basically show their championship medal right here. We thought they were. This is where the Minnesota Timberwolves decide to wake the hell up. Good pass. McDaniels, most impactful player of this series for the Minnesota Timberwolves. Way to keep playing. 45-59. Consistently attacking, forcing timeouts. Get to the middle of the floor. McDaniels. 9 points right here, third quarter. This is where you sense it right here. We stole the momentum. Big three right there. End of the shot clock. Great defense. Oh, horrible shot right there. KCP. Braun cleans it up, man. Keeps it alive. Keeps Denver alive right there. Cat right here. Gets to the rim. Consistently attacking Nikola Jokic. I swear that's what I was saying the Lakers should have did to this team. They failed to do it. Off to the races. Good defense right there by the best defensive team in the league. Down 4 points. Now down 2. A minute left in the third. Jokic, is Jokic going to wake up and keep him alive? Jokic, from the fourth quarter, Jokic was the only one on the Nuggets that was really trying to move on to the next round the way it looked. Way to muscle your way to the rim, consistently attacking Jokic. Good steal right there. Way to defend. He said he had Jamal Murray in handcuffs. He's showing he had Jamal Murray in the handcuffs, man. Great steal right there. And this is a nasty three. See, and we just had somebody in the chat talking about he had a bad offensive night. All that stuff don't matter. As long as you make timely shots, it don't matter. If you make timely shots, having a bad offensive night, that go in the garbage can. He made this shot right here, and it completely changed. Anthony says Gordon and MBJ combined for less than 15 points. It's embarrassing. But Anthony's. The thing is, Anthony, check this out, Anthony. I've been saying for a long time. I was actually on the Locker Room show. And I said, Aaron Gordon and Michael Porter Jr. are just recipients of Nikola Jokic's all-time great playmaking. I said they don't do anything special. I said they have the greatest playmaker in the game playing on their team, and he creates a ton of buckets for them. He did. So because I classify Aaron Gordon and Nikola Jokic correctly, I'm not surprised when this Minnesota team is able to nullify Nikola Jokic's playmaking. I'm not surprised when Porter Jr. and Aaron Gordon Jr. don't look like anything offensively, because I haven't put them on some upper echelon level of player. They're not up here like that. These are not non-pattern players that you can give the ball and they just go to work. Porter Jr. is basically a catch and shoot, 1 or 2 dribble guy. He relies on a ton of defensive breakdowns, and he relies on Nikola Jokic to facilitate and create open looks for him. Aaron Gordon is a dunker spot player. He's catch and shoot from the corner 3 or a dunker spot, dunking at the rim type of player, generally when Nikola Jokic gets double teamed and can throw one of the miracle passes to him. Thank you, George. They are role players. So I don't know why you guys get mad when role players can't do their role if the star player that's responsible for facilitating to them can't facilitate. See, so when you see those two struggle, when are you just going to say Minnesota just did a hellified job defensively at shutting all that shit down. Yes, Aaron Gordon is a good asset. It still does not change who he is as a player. Aaron Gordon is a dunker spot player that relies on assists from Nikola Jokic to score. This is why one game he can score 29, and then the next game he can score 4. If he was a scorer, he would be producing similar numbers on a consistent night in and night out basis, and he does not. Hey, Anthony, you keep looking for somebody to blame. Sometimes when you lose a basketball game, it ain't about blaming anybody. Sometimes you just it's something called just getting outplayed and outclassed. They got outplayed and they got outclassed. That's all that happened. Jokic, man, really trying to keep this team afloat in the fourth. 72-69. Porter, what did I just say? So Porter Jr. just makes a 3, you guys. What did I tell you? I said generally the only way Porter scores is off defensive breakdowns or Nikola Jokic facilitating to him to get him wide open looks. We literally just saw there a guy overplay on the closeout, fall for the pump fake, goes flying by the shooter. These are the types of plays that open Porter Jr. up. He is not a guy that you can give to the ball when Murray or Jokic ain't feeling it, and he just goes and gets you buckets. Things have to play out a certain way for him to be efficient. The problem is we saw the Denver Nuggets play against completely bonehead defensive teams like the Lakers. So we saw mistake after mistake after mistake on almost every single possession because he could showcase his skill set against one of the most boneheaded teams defensively in the NBA, which was the Lakers. He says, also Malone did Jokic no favors by, hold on, Percy. Who the hell, hold on. See, y'all be acting like these coaches. First of all, this is what Mike Malone did. He looked down his bench, and the only person he saw on his bench was DeAndre Jordan. Then he looks up at the scoreboard, and he says, well, damn, this is a game 7. Do I put DeAndre Jordan in when we're struggling, or do I give Nikola Jokic a rest and give him a rest, or do I let the MVP go be the MVP and win us a game 7? What you mean? Do you think these coaches are putting DeAndre Jordan in a game 7 when you just gave up a 20-point lead? No, man, it don't work like that, man. He says, FYF Sports Debate, Denver was killing the Timberwolves by attacking the basket. Then they started settling for threes again, but generally quest for power. So teams don't just settle for threes out of all of a sudden, especially when you're talking about a great defensive team. When Minnesota decided to defend and clamp up, all they did was started keeping guys out the paint. They started defending better. And so when you defend better in the NBA, you keep Jamal Murray away from the middle of the floor. You're going to force them into a lot of late shot clock situations where they're taking bad shots. This is a game where you have a shot clock. If you play good defense for 23 seconds, you're usually going to force the team into some type of bad shot at the end of that shot clock, as long as you keep them out the paint. If you allow teams to consistently attack your paint, too many good things are going to start to happen. All they did was they just started to clamp up. So if you want your argument needs to be that Mike Malone, even Mike Malone said in his post-game conference, he says, I didn't do enough to give these guys better opportunities or looks to score late game. He took accountability for that. because when Minnesota's defense tightened the reins and they started keeping them guys out the middle of the floor, he didn't really have too many counters. They were still running that same Spinoli pick and roll. And then even late game, as you guys are about to see here in a second, Tyrese gets a big time steal when they run that same action. He literally dove to knock that ball from Jokic's hands. But he ran, he saw the play. He knew what was coming. He sniffed it out, got a hand on ball, and they were going the other way. Big time shot right there. Jokic keeping them alive in the fourth, man. Hell of a fire shot right there. Boy, this shot right here had to take the energy out of him. Fade away by Rudy Gobert. 7 minutes on the clock. Salute to So Crazy TV. Jokic, another dagger right in Karl-Anthony Towns' face. Keeps him in the game. Porter misses it. Naz Reid with the block. Wolves are off to the races right here. Naz Reid gets in the paint. Good lay at the rim. And this is Naz Reid coming into the game after Karl-Anthony Towns had his 5th foul. The depth at the power forward and center spot. Sturdy says, did I get your question? Let me double check. If you super chatted a question, I'm about to be getting to those in a minute. But if you put one in the chat, I probably missed it. Good steal right there by Mike Conley. Way to be patient. Way to move the ball. This might be a dagger. Timely shot making. Anthony Edwards, talk to the crowd. Talk to the crowd, Anthony Edwards. There you go. Talk to him. That's why y'all, how can y'all not say this is not the funnest team to watch? How can y'all say this is not the most entertaining team to watch, man? Oh, you super chat right here, Sturdy. The super chat messages are right here. You got to hit that link, which do Streamlabs, and I'll put it on the screen. Because sometimes I got too much going on. I'm going to miss your question. Towns, man. Biggest bucket of the game right there by Towns. And you know another thing I didn't like, man, about this Denver game? Denver down 6, 59 seconds on the clock. They gave up. They stopped trying to foul. They gave up. Beat into submission. Beat into submission by a Minnesota team that just came out and just snatched it from them. This is what I mean, man. I said the league today is lethal. Yeah, exactly. But he did have them in handcuffs. So Crazy TV. That's why it surprises me when everybody talks about there ain't no players don't compete in this league and everybody's all buddy. The only thing I'm seeing is all the young players trying to take the older players' heads off. You ain't got nobody running around talking about, oh, he's Black Jesus and we scared of him. They trying to come take people's heads off. You got players with a list of the superstar players they can go dunk on. They're going to respect you, but they're going to try to kill you. Because we live in a day and age where they all on social media. They want to be that next viral moment. They want to be that next social media sensation play. And if you just happen to be one of them old superstars in the way of it, well, you just going to be on the wrong end of one of them plays. It is what it is, man. This is the times that we in now, man. It's a new NBA, man. Who's going to be the next face of the league? Is it going to be Luka? Is it going to be Gilgeous-Alexander? Is it going to be Ant Edwards? I mean, it's looking like Joel Embiid's time might be over with. Philly needs to seriously consider parting ways with Joel Embiid. Victor Wembanyama is here. When he gets to the playoffs, I feel sorry for the team. that has to deal with Victor Wembanyama in the playoffs, especially if they find a way to get him some help. Thank you, George. I'm not even gonna forget about Ja Morant, because before he got hurt, he was back to prime Ja Morant form, crashing everybody. Hey. Salute to everybody in the chat, man. It's FYF Sports, man. Appreciate you guys being here. Salute to Jonah Bryant, man. I saw you just subbed. Salute to Ramon. He just subbed. Salute to that one dude, man. He just subbed up to FYF Sports, man. Appreciate you guys for subbing to the channel, man. I mean, the playoffs is crazy this year. We will have a new champion. We will have a new champion. We got the locker room putting this cash up in the chat. I'm not particularly sure why, but salute to the locker room. Oh, locker room. Our bet was, let's just refresh you, because you have very, very selective memory when it comes to these things. I bet you that the Milwaukee Bucks or the Boston Celtics wouldn't get to the finals. Well, they're not in the finals yet. They're not in the finals yet. It's the Eastern Conference Finals. So they still have to get through the Pacers. All right. Well, if you think so, I think I still got a chance. Last time I checked, Celtics was some of the biggest Eastern Conference Finals chokers of all time. All you're doing is just put jinx in your money. This is called burning your money. We throwing dice, you burning your own money. You talking about it before you even got it. You touching the money. Stop burning your money. When it happens, it happens. You ain't got to burn your money. Don't come in here being thirsty and then you done burnt your money up, because it ain't going to be fun if the series don't end the way you want it. I'm coming over there to the locker room to collect. So it is what it is. So it is what it is, man. We're going to talk about some things, man, because now that a lot of teams are eliminated, it's a lot of these teams really looking to, what are we going to do next year? Right? A lot of the teams is talking about how do we revamp and reload for next year, because and I think when you listen to the frustration in Mike Malone's voice, when you have such a good season, when you feel like you should have won that particular game 7 and then all of a sudden your season just ends abruptly, the biggest frustration is that, okay, now we have to come to terms with the fact that we just basically threw away everything we did in the regular season to get to this point, and we have to go back and start all over. The pre-draft process, the draft process, training camp, preseason, and you have to rinse and repeat all over again and go through another grind of an NBA season just to try to get back to that spot. It's tough. It's tough. And so there's a lot of teams that are in this process right now. I think the team that probably has the most optimistic outlook, it has to be the Atlanta Hawks. Somehow coming away with the number 1 overall pick. The Hawks got to be in the best particular situation, because they have some extremely valuable trade pieces, like Trae Young, DeJounte Murray, if they want to trade him. I know that Quinn Snyder's talked highly of DeJounte Murray, so I don't believe he was going to be one of the guys that leaves. But when you're talking about the Clint Capellas, when you look at Bogdanovich, who had a clash with the coach, when you look at DeAndre Hunter, they have a lot of pieces that they can move around to try to construct the type of team that they want to have in Atlanta. So I think when you can have the most optimistic outlook, it has to be the Atlanta Hawks. It's going to be extremely tempting for them to shop Trae Young, which I believe they already are, because the offers that they're about to begin for Trae Young are got to be astronomical. When you look at a team like the Orlando Magic that had absolutely no scoring from the point guard position, right? When you look at a team like the San Antonio Spurs that just need a guard that can throw a lob to Victor Wembanyama when he's at the rim. It's going to be teams out there with hellified cap space that can put together some nasty offers for players like that, because those are the players that can change the direction of your franchise. We're going to be talking about each team's. Let's look at each team's free agents or even restricted free agents, just so we can kind of get a glimpse of where these pieces could potentially fit best, where they might end up, or do they just come back and repeat all over again? So when we talk about the Atlanta Hawks, I think the Hawks, they're the hardest team to predict. Now, everybody's predicting that they're going to draft Sarr with the #1 overall pick. I'm not even going to lie. I haven't seen any film on this guy, Sarr. All I've heard his name, don't know much about him. Hard for me to even say he's the best player in this draft. I still believe, and I know a lot of people are going to call me crazy, but I believe the best player in this draft, because people are making this complicated, I think the best player in this draft is very simple. And that's Zach Edey. Now, people are going to say, oh, he's too traditional. He can't shoot. He's going to get destroyed by guards. Bro, the reason why I say Zach Edey and even Dalton Knecht are the two best players in this draft is because Zach Edey came into college as a 2-3-star recruit level player. The biggest question on Zach Edey was, could he adjust and adapt to the size and speed of especially Big Ten? Remember, a lot of even his high school coach from IMG Academy did not want him to go to the Big Ten because of the physicality. And they thought he would struggle with the adjustment. And he didn't think that Matt Painter and that staff would be able to utilize him the way he should be utilized. But one thing we saw to Zach Edey is diligence in the weight room. Preparation is 1,000%. He doesn't get hurt. He knows how to get coached. He had one of the hardest nosed coaches in college basketball in Matt Painter. I mean, we're talking about every intangible that you want out of a player coming into the NBA with respect to how quickly can he make the adjustment and can he adjust, I think is something's just telling me is Zach Edey. The league is starting to transition back to a big man league. Look at how the Minnesota Timberwolves just won. Look at how the Boston Celtics have created their team with Kristaps Porzingis and Al Horford with a ton of big guards. A lot of the teams that are having look at what the Dallas Mavericks did just to make this run. They went and got PJ Washington, right? And they went and got Daniel Gafford from Washington. They added a ton of size and athleticism. I think a lot of these teams are realizing we can't win without that. And the teams that are struggling are the teams that lack that to a certain degree. Muhammad says, do you think the Warriors could get Cat in the offseason? No. Minnesota's not taking Wiggins back. This is a team that's in the Western Conference Finals. They are not touching this team. They've re-signed Naz Reid under contract. We're going to get to see what free agents they have coming up, but I'm almost 1,000% positive that anybody up for contract that's played a role in them getting here will probably get re-offered by this team. They're not going to make too many significant changes. Salute to Autism Cottage 81. He says, with the Hawks, Lamont, and FYF, what's your question? Nah, he's not going nowhere. He says, don't go missing when Boston wins, Lamont. Okay. All right. Well, it's not hard to find me. I mean, why y'all think? You think I'm going to just shut the channel if I lose? If I lose a bet to the locker room, I'm just going to shut the channel down. Okay. Salute to the locker room, man. Come on, man. Now you're just sounding thirsty, man. Let it ride. Let it ride. If it happens, it happens. All right? I ain't forgot about it. In locker room, ain't you supposed to be somewhere complaining about Austin Reeves right now? Ain't you supposed to be somewhere crying about D'Lo? Ain't you supposed to be somewhere doling out some low budget basketball takes? Come on, man. We got you, locker room. Everybody knows we got a bet now. All right, come on, we got you. We got the Atlanta Hawks, y'all. Anthony says we crowning the T-Wolves too early. No, we're not crowning them, but Anthony, people have to make a pick. People have to make a pick, Anthony. What you want them to do? What you want them? What do you want people not to make a pick? So, Minnesota versus Dallas. The way Minnesota is playing, of course, a lot of people are going to take the Minnesota Timberwolves. Are they wrong for making that pick? No. And you're not even going to be wrong for taking the Dallas Mavericks with the way they're playing. This is based on what we've seen up until this point. The two most exciting teams in the West have now matched up. So I'm just looking forward to seeing a hellified series. Cornbread Milton says, Reggie says send his money. All right, well. All right. When the bet's over with, I got you. If it even falls in that angle. Minnesota will win. I don't know. It's hard to say. Dallas is different. I mean, Dallas still has Luka Doncic and Kyrie. That's still tough. When you got Luka Doncic and Kyrie, that's tough. I mean, you had a head full and just trying to deal with Nikola Jokic. Now you got two superior level scores. Because I feel like Kyrie's a class above Jamal Murray. I think Luka and Kyrie are both 2 classes above Jamal Murray. So it is what it is. Quest says, he says, James, the competition is more important than just Blaze. PJ Washington has been, yes, PJ Washington's been that dude. And you know, that's what I'm saying. Sometimes when these players change scenery, like, who would have thought PJ Washington was this talented if he was still stuck in Charlotte? I mean, geez, that's why. Remember when I say y'all, and I want y'all to just think of PJ Washington when I say, sometimes your career and how people look at you is based on all luck. Because if you get drafted to the wrong team, we will never know who you are. The fact that PJ Washington got traded to the Dallas Mavericks right now in this particular moment, this is going to change his career and how he's looked at for the rest of his career. Money-wise, performance-wise, everything is going to change just because he got traded at the right time to the right team in the right moment. But PJ Washington, the reality of it is that PJ Washington has been this same player, even though he was on a completely trash team in the Charlotte Hornets. But it's just crazy how differently we can look at you when you're on a losing team from a winning team. He says, Quest says, now that Jokic got eliminated, the next target, Luka's going to be, we know that casuals are going to say that if Dallas does lose the series, people are going to say that Kyrie choked and Luka choked. If Minnesota loses to Dallas, they're going to say Anthony Edwards choked. It's just like I told you, Quest for Power, and I've been saying this for like the last year. Because we have so many people that struggle with talking basketball, the only thing they know how to say is either one player choked if he lost. They don't really know how to read in between the lines. If he loses, he choked. And that's just not how basketball works. Sometimes you just get outplayed. James Berry, I agree. Because James Berry, just like I've said before in the past, and we've had these conversations. I think we had a whole debate about this before in the past. I think there are very few times in NBA history where we've seen true choke jobs. Tragic Johnson moment. Choke job. J.R. Smith in the NBA Finals versus the Warriors. That was a choke job. Right? Those are choke. To me, that's what choking is. You know? But playing bad, missing shots, getting beat by the better team, that's just getting beat. That's what somebody's always going to lose. So I don't consider losing choking. Right? And I think that's the label that's got put on James Harden. I mean, James Harden spent years battling a dynasty Golden State Warrior team. Because he didn't beat him one time, people say he choked. A dynasty Golden State Warrior team. And to me, it's just funny how that's how talent is evaluated in today's game. But nobody calls Ewing a choker for consistently losing to the Bulls. Nobody calls all of the great teams in the 90s chokers for just losing to Jordan their entire tenure in the 90s. I mean, if you are going to go that route, call everybody chokers that lose. Reggie Miller, Patrick Ewing, all of them. Make them all chokers. Locker room says he choked everywhere he went. Who are you talking about? Who's he? I don't know what you're talking about. Jermaine Berry says, basketball fans don't believe in good defense. Defensive teams that credit? No, they don't. They don't because, and Jermaine, it's not necessarily their fault. Most casual fans don't know what good or bad defense looks like. So Jermaine Berry, good defense to casual fans is a guy getting a steal or a block. They don't know how to look at a possession where no steal or block happens. Just a whole bunch of great rotations. Maybe some guy does something defensive to blow up a set. Makes recognition of the shot clock. Is able to get more aggressive on one side of the floor. Maybe shades over in the help. Maybe doesn't have a breakdown by leaving the strong side shooter open and he just stays tight on his man. Weak side rotations early. So many things. But it actually takes film study. It's boring to highlight great defensive performances. And this is how y'all know. Have y'all ever heard casual fans say that a great defender choked defensively? A guy that's paid to go out there and do the majority of his work on the defensive side of the ball. Have you ever heard anybody come out and say that Dikembe Mutombo choked on the defensive end? Have you ever heard anybody say Dwight Howard choked on the defensive end? Tony Allen choked on the defensive end. They only care about offense and the offensive side of the ball. They don't care if a great defender. So if you want to use the narrative chokes and loss, they always put winning and losing on the offensive guy. That's all they see. That's all they know. The quest for power. You never heard of that because it just tells you to mind the lack of knowledge of most people that talk basketball. And so, I mean, the difficulty here is how do you try to teach people the game to that level and still make it entertaining? Because it's entertaining to run around and have streams and say people choked. Because it's low-level basketball talk. Anybody can do it. And you can just go up there and just spew a whole bunch of emotional stuff. When you have to really look at the film and break down, okay, this, and this, and this, so to some people that could be boring. So it pushes some people away. They don't want to deal with that side of the game. John Wick says Boston has an easy route to the finals. And John Wick, the reality is that when you're a number one seed, your path is supposed to be easier. That's why you grind out and have 60 wins in the regular season. So hopefully your path to the finals is much easier than maybe some team that's a 4 or 5 seed. That's just the luxury that comes with being a number one seed. This is why 1 and 2 seeds generally get to the NBA finals. But that is the hope. Like that's why I say I don't know why people knock, like when people talk about a player's competition to the finals, I don't know why y'all even care. This is a seeding system. It's not designed for this seeding system is designed for some people's path to be tougher and some teams' path to be easier. So when people talk about LeBron James having an easy East, well, kudos to LeBron for always having his team at the top of the East. Makes his path hellified, makes it much easier. You see the struggles that LeBron is having right now when his team is a 7-8 seed. I think he would love to be a number 1 seed, if at all even possible. It's much easier. Adrian Knight says Edwards has all the same mannerisms as Jordan. The look, the swag. I think he has a little bit more swag than Jordan, but, you know, they're different. I don't want to see the Adrian Knight. Here's what happens, and I think this is what also happened with Kobe. Y'all compared him to Jordan so much. When y'all start comparing these players to Jordan, the only thing you guys are doing is you're trying to lay the groundwork for that player to never be able to pass Jordan. Because you guys compared Kobe to Jordan so much, Kobe could never craft his own narrative or way to potentially be the GOAT. Even let's say the Colorado thing doesn't even happen, and he's able to get the 4 or 5 MVPs that I think he should have. Because he's so closely connected to Jordan, that means he has to do everything that Jordan did and usurp that to beat Jordan out, including the 6 championships. So I think when people try to connect these guys to Jordan, it's just a sneaky way. It's just a sneaky way to keep them underneath Jordan. Because the one thing we know that no one else will ever do is go 6-0 in the finals, 2 3-peats. Because there's too much parity in the league. There's too much talent in the league. Teams are able to revamp and reload. So I think people say that. I think that's stemming from like Jordan Nikes. Anthony Edwards is Anthony Edwards. His game does not look like Jordan's to me. Jordan's game is completely different. He says Kobe can't pass Jordan because he copied his entire identity. Well, I don't know. You can say that. I think there's some differences there. Ishmael says the problem is they make Jordan the standard. They don't understand that. Thank you. Well, the reason why they make Jordan the standard, I don't think you should be making anybody a standard. Especially when the game changes and the style of play changes almost every 10 years. What Jordan needed to do to win championships is much different from what a player can do in today's game to win championships. Cornbread says you can copy Michael Jackson, but if you can't sell like him, well, that's all. Jordan and his ability to sell and be marketable is just a byproduct of the 90s. Once again, Cornbread. Jordan can control that he was in the 90s. Right? He was in an era that was desperate for a superstar after Magic, unfortunately, was out the league after 10 years or so. You know, the league, I'm assuming the league thought they would get Magic Johnson at least to the mid-90s. Bird broke down after 13 years. He was out. The 2 stars that carried him through the 80s, no longer there. I mean, so now you're talking about a league that's desperate to find a new face. The 2 guys that saved our league are just gone with a blink of an eye. And so when Jordan started to blossom, they made him the face. And then the league started to grow. Media coverage started to grow. Marketability opened up. The shoe line. He's a lot of the things that make Jordan who he is are just byproducts of the 90s environment. Like I was saying on another show yesterday, there are so many things in the 90s that have nostalgia tied to them. The NBA on NBC theme song, Nintendo, Game Boy, the clothing brands, shoes, Scottie Pippen shoes, Penny Hardaway shoes, Jordan shoes, Patrick Ewing shoes. Nostalgia is attached to so many things in the 90s. That's just what that era was made of. That's one of the things that made that era of basketball great to a certain degree. And Jordan was a beneficiary of that. They had Michael Jordan cartoons, you're right. Space Jam, nostalgia. They tried to remake Space Jam with LeBron. That movie was never going to succeed. Y'all really think Jordan fans was going to let LeBron James replacing Michael Jordan in a Space Jam movie succeed? Hell no. Hell no. I mean, I was at the gym about a month ago. I see like a 45-year-old guy hooping in some Jordan 13s. What are you doing? These are the worst basketball shoe in the world. Like, if you be honest, Jordan shoes are fashion shoes. They are absolutely, at least up to Jordan 13. These are the worst basketball shoes to hoop in. No real hoopers hooping Jordans. It's a fashion statement. It's become nostalgia to that degree. It's become so much the shoes became so glamorized that they didn't even have to put any more brain power into the functionality of the shoe. They could just make it as a completely trash basketball shoe and keep reproducing it because nobody cared about the basketball side of it. It was just connected to Jordan. People were willing to buy it. I don't think you could hoop in the 12s. You definitely can't hoop in the 13s. But how did they make Kobe's shoe? Kobe's shoe was 1000% designed for basketball functionality. Paul George's shoe, to me, one of the best basketball shoes out, made for pure basketball functionality. LeBron's shoe, at least the ones that are low top and not super clunky, basketball functionality. These are shoes that are made for being on the court hooping. You ain't hoop. If you see somebody walking around some Team Jordans or something about to hoop, you're laughing at them. If you see a dude walking onto the court with some Jordan 13s, 11s on, he got to be hot garbage. I can't take you seriously. I can't take you seriously if you out here hooping in Jordans. Kyrie got some good shoes, Mooks, but Kyrie's shoes are for the leapers, the athletes, because it's a more slender shoe. Because when I bought some Kyrie's, I had to buy a size up because they were too narrow. KD got some solid shoes, but all the hoopers today, their shoes are made for basketball functionality. Jordan shoes ain't made. Jordan shoes became a fashion statement. That's what they are now. Barkley shoes was some good hooping shoes, Pootie. Barkley shoes was, I remember, I think I done some damage in some Barkleys, man. I ain't gonna lie. Yeah, the ones with the little purple thing on it. Thank you for subscribing, BDK, Gucci. Salute, man. Appreciate you. Like a lot of people been subscribing. Let me give you guys a shout out for the people that just subscribed, subbed up to the channel. Yeah, Kobe shoes is tough, man. And Titus, you know the crazy thing about it? I'm so mad. I had so many pairs of Kobe's. I still got a pair right here that's one of my favorites. And I had all the original boxes. And when I moved, I don't know what I was thinking. I was like, well, when I moved, I didn't have the storage space for all of the boxes. So I started throwing boxes away. Boy, if I would have kept the boxes to all my Kobe's, boy, they've been worth a lot. Salute to Cruel Son, man. Salute to Mellow So Cool. Chris O'Connor, your mom. Gucci, I just said it, man. Salute to you guys for subbing up to the channel, man. Appreciate it, man. You guys got any super chats you want to send, man? Send the super chats. Hit the link, man. Drop your boy a tip. And then also send a super chat message that we can put on the screen if you got any questions, man, you want us to highlight during today's show, man. Let's get back to it. Let's talk about these free agents because that's what I really wanted to do. I really wanted to really hammer out what are free agents going to be looking like for each team? Like who's really on the move? Who's really on the block? Right? Things like that. When you look at the Hawks, I think the Hawks have the most flexibility. Sadiq Bey. Sadiq Bey is probably their biggest free agent. He's restricted. All right. They traded for Sadiq Bey. They're probably not going to let him walk for nothing. So 99% of the time, a team resigns its restricted free agents. They really just don't let those players walk for nothing. He says, Jermaine Berry says, Lamont, why nobody been able to dominate the weak East yet? Because the East isn't as weak as you think it is. That's why. That's why. Empire Jeff says he tore his ACL. Doesn't matter. They're not letting him walk. They also got Trent Forrest, which I think, and they got Dylan Windler. Those are all restricted. So almost every free agent that the Hawks have, they're all restricted. So they got a lot of young talent. Other than Wesley Matthews, I think Wesley Matthews is their only true free agent, or Garrison Matthews has a team option. They're probably going to decline that. They have a ton of guards on that team. Clint Capella is going to be a free agent in 2025. So with 1 year left on his deal, Clint Capella could be a valuable trade piece. That means, and you also got Jalen Johnson, who's going to be a restricted free agent in 2025 as well. But I don't see him going anywhere. When you go to and I don't even want to talk about the Celtics yet since they're still playing. We'll go to the Brooklyn Nets. Brooklyn Nets. Who are they free agents? Nicholas Claxton, free agent. Dennis Smith Jr., free agent. Lonnie Walker, Trendon Watford, Keon Johnson, all free agents. They have Jacob Gilyard, who's a restricted free agent. That could go either way. He's a pretty solid player. I believe that they will re-sign him and bring him back. But, man, Brooklyn Nets got some big-time decisions that they can make because there's going to be a lot of teams vying for the services of Nick Claxton. Dennis Smith Jr. actually had a pretty decent year for the Brooklyn Nets. Maybe a team offers him slightly above the minimum just to lure him away. Lonnie Walker started the year off on a tear. Yeah, but then Lonnie Walker fell off at the end of the year for whatever reason. All right, I think a lot of that's due to coaches' DNPs because they're just trying to play other guys. Trendon Watford's solid. I expect them to re-sign him. He was really good. I expect them to re-sign Keon Johnson. So those are the players right there. They got some other guys that are free agents in 2025. That's Ben Simmons. So that Ben Simmons now with 1 year left on his deal. Oddly enough, now Ben Simmons becomes a valuable trade piece with only 1 year left on that deal as an expiring contract. Ben Simmons can be valuable now because if a team can get a Ben Simmons, you can take the risk. You can clear some salary cap if it doesn't work. It just falls off your books. They're going to be probably looking to shop Ben Simmons now that his contract is expiring. But Ben Simmons, man, got to be one of the biggest disappointments in NBA history. Right up there with Kwame Brown. Charlotte Hornets, Miles Bridges. Miles Bridges did not take the Charlotte Hornets offer, man. He says, bump that. I'm looking to free agency. Just like P.J. Washington, he's not trying to get stuck in Charlotte. He's trying to go test the waters out there. He had a great year. He had a great year to finish off the year. And he specifically said he didn't want to get traded. They have JT Thor on the team option. I believe he finds his way overseas on the G League. Super athletic player, just has not panned out. Davis Bertans. And then you got Amari Bailey, who's going to be a restricted free agent. Amari Bailey, the guard. It's been somewhat of a disappointment. Still a lot of promise there with Amari Bailey, though. I expect them to re-sign him as he's a restricted free agent. They'll probably let Davis Bertans walk. Davis Bertans, if you're a veteran team, struggling with cap, if you need a shooter with size, is he the best option? No. But he's an affordable option for a lot of teams. What team is going to scoop a Davis Bertans up? I think he could be a guy. I think he's a sleeper in free agency. If your team out there, if you're a Clipper team, if you're one of those teams severely over the cap, you might have to take a look at that. A cheap option with size that can shoot. You might have to take a look at that. Let's look at the Chicago Bulls. Chicago Bulls, poorly ran franchise. Problems get compounded even more because Lonzo Ball just opted into that $20 million deal, rightfully so. Take the money. But you got DeMar DeRozan as a free agent. He's going to be looking to maybe get to greener pastures. But when you listen to him talk, it sounds like he's just going to re-sign with Chicago. So I'm not so sure that DeMar DeRozan is really looking to go to the Lakers. And like some people are proclaiming, I think it's extremely difficult. I think it's a difficult, now that he's a free agent, you can't trade and get him. It makes it much more difficult to acquire a guy like that unless he's willing to come on some type of hometown discount. And from what Empire Jeff has been saying, that hometown discount is going to have to be super significant to bring a guy like DeMar DeRozan in, who could easily command 20, 25 million per, if not more than that, in the open market. Andre Drummond is a free agent. Torrey Craig has a player option. I believe he opts in. Javonte Green, he's a free agent. They picked him up late in the year. Patrick Williams is restricted. They'll probably re-sign him. Henry Drell is restricted. They'll definitely re-sign him. And Adamo Sanogo, he's restricted. I'm not sure what they're going to do with him. Javon Carter has a player option. Javon Carter did play well enough to where he probably could go test the waters in free agency. Don't really see it as much, but he's not going to be he doesn't have that player option until 2025. We go to the Cleveland Cavaliers, man. They got a lot of restricted free agents. Okoro, Mobley, Imani Bates, and Peter Nance. Damian Jones, Tristan Thompson, and Marcus Morris are all free agents. I don't expect any of those guys to be back with the Cavs next year. They probably let them all walk. Donovan Mitchell has 1 year left on his contract and player option. Evan Mobley as well. He's going to be restricted in 2025. Ty Jerome, Karis LeVert, and Sam Merrill all have 1 year left on their deal. Just keep your eye open. Because remember, the guys with 1 year left on their deal, these are the guys that could potentially get traded. The guys who are restricted or free agents right now, probably not going to be in those sign and trade deals. Sign and trades are extremely rare. Sign and trades really put teams in tough situations, in hard cap type situations. So if anybody's out there running around saying sign and trade this, it's probably somebody that don't know what the hell they're talking about. Sign and trades are rare. They don't really happen in today's game. Puts teams in tough situations when they do sign and trades. The only time we generally see sign and trades is with restricted free agents, when teams are trading restricted free agent for restricted free agent, something like that. But that's really the only time we see something like that happen. We got the Denver Nuggets. They just recently got ousted. Caldwell Pope has a player option. Does Caldwell Pope opt out? Justin Holiday, free agent. He was very significant. He played a very integral role in some of their wins. DeAndre Jordan's a free agent. Reggie Jackson has a player option. Does he stay? All right. Did he earn himself some value with the way he played in the postseason? When he did play, he wasn't horrible. Third string guard, second string guard on a marginal team, I think he could do that. Jay Huff, restricted free agent. Colin Gillespie as well. So not sure what they're going to do with those restricted players. Probably going to put Jay Huff on a two-way deal. Colin Gillespie, maybe a two-way deal for him as well. Maybe they convert those deals. I'm not particularly sure. Aaron Gordon's going to have 1 year left with a player option after next year. Jamal Murray has 1 year left on this deal. Keep your eye open. If maybe Denver wants to do something, but I doubt it. Detroit Pistons. Detroit Pistons, what are they going to do? They got a ton of restricteds. James Wiseman, Malachi Flynn, Chimezie Metu, Fontecchio, and Evan Fournier has a team option. So I believe that they let Evan Fournier go. And so once they let Evan Fournier go, Evan Fournier is going to be another one of those cheap options that competitive teams are going to be looking to. Just like Davis Bertans. Evan Fournier is a sneaky good player. I mean, this is a guy who's been able to average 15 to 20 points per game in this league when he's been on the floor. He's just been put in a tough situation in New York, fell out of the rotation. Tough situation in Detroit, where he actually played well at the end of the year in some meaningless games. So you never know, man. He said, yeah, the Pistons do got some draft picks. Yes, they do. But they haven't been able to really draft well. That's been their issue. And, you know, even watching them ultimately have to waive Killian Hayes, their top 5 pick. You know, you couldn't even trade him. That's how bad. They haven't drafted well. And they haven't been able to even parlay or trade those guys off to other teams to get any value for him. Killian Hayes is now a complete waste. And when you have to waive him. I know he demanded a trade at the trade deadline, and they said, no, you're not worth a trade. You're a bum. We have to waive you, man. So Golden State Warriors, man. Obviously, Klay Thompson's the biggest name. He's a free agent. Gary Payton has a player option. I expect him to opt in. Dario Sarks, free agent. Jamal Robinson. And then Lester Canoise is a restricted free agent. For whatever reason, they like that guy. So I believe that they will pick up that contract. Klay Thompson is the question, though. Klay Thompson is the big question. I'm hearing rumors out there that Orlando's willing to offer him $60 million. Don't really know. I don't even know how Klay Thompson can help Orlando. Anthony says Klay to the Lakers. Just Anthony, there's just no way the Lakers can get any significant free agents. They don't have the cap to just take on those contracts. And the Warriors are definitely not doing any signing trades. So Klay to the Lakers is just an improbability that just won't happen. It's too many things have to fall in line for that move to even look right for this team. So to me, it's just not going to happen. Empire Jeff says the Lakers don't have money for high-level free agents. Exactly. And Klay Thompson is definitely not looking for any bargain basement deals, no Dollar General deals. That's why he turned the Golden State Warriors deal down. He feels he's worth more than that. And I don't know why Klay would want to come to the Lakers. Because if he has one game, like he did in that last game he had in Golden State, he's going to be to blame for everything going wrong if everything goes wrong again. I don't think Laker fans have understood. I don't think you guys understand the environment that you've created for free agents. Your fan base is now known across the globe as one of the most toxic fan bases. Kevin Durant pointed it out. Pat Beverly pointed it out. A multitude of players. And y'all think that these players don't talk about this stuff amongst themselves? When these players can go play elsewhere, not get 65% taxed, and have all their money taken, right? A lot of people don't even talk about the fact that there's been, in the past, there have been a ton of players that just get completely extorted by LA gangs. They just too embarrassed to talk about it. You can go play elsewhere and not have to deal with those headaches and dole out so much money, and you won't get the blame when things go wrong. As a third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, and 10th option. Come on, y'all. So, Laker fans, when we talk about how desolate your offseason looks, 25% of that desolate look stems from Laker fans themselves. Moose talks hoops. He said, bro, Moose, it's crazy out there, Moose. Well, I'm going to do a stream about that. I'm going to do a stream about it. I have a guy. I'm going to try to get him on, but we'll see. We'll see. Houston Rockets got a lot of stuff going on. Jeff Green with a team option. They're probably going to let him walk. Boban Marjanovic, free agent. He's probably done in the league. Reggie Bullock Jr. Reggie Bullock Jr., I'm going to tell you guys right now. Reggie Bullock Jr., if you are a Laker fan, is a guy that would fit perfectly alongside Anthony Davis and LeBron James. But see, because he's not a big flashy name, frills and everything, these are the types of players that get looked over. And what's going to happen is a guy like Reggie Bullock is going to get signed, be impactful for another team. And what's going to ultimately happen is y'all going to wait till after the fact and try to use hindsight. Oh, we should have signed him. Just like when I said before the season started, I said, I don't know why the Lakers are sitting here chasing Christian Wood. I said, you need to be trying to sign Kelly Oubre. He's probably the best guy unsigned. And all you have to do is pay close to minimum money to get him. Go get him. Size, athleticism, can defend, can definitely score, doesn't need a ton of plays to score. He don't have to be wide open. He's a non-pattern player. What do you mean? I think you meant Donovan Mitchell. What about Donovan Mitchell? I don't know why y'all talking about Donovan Mitchell and the Los Angeles Lakers. Are y'all really that delusional where y'all think Donovan Mitchell is going to be a Los Angeles Laker? Y'all really that delusional? Thank you, Moose Talks Hoops. He was unsigned to the very last minute. And as soon as the Philadelphia 76ers picked him up, he started barbecuing. Had he not had that little issue with the car, getting hit by the car, he was on his way to being the most improved player. I'm talking about he was having a hellified season. Bro, anybody mentioning Donovan Mitchell's name in the Los Angeles Lakers is delusional. It's complete and utter delusion, y'all. Donovan Mitchell's not going to sign up to take fewer shots. He's not going to sign up to be the fall guy. He's not going to sign up to be a third option. He ain't doing all that. And on top of the fact that the Lakers have absolutely nothing that would benefit the Cleveland Cavaliers to any degree. I hear people throwing players, Rui, just put Rui and Reeves together in 3 picks. Why the hell would Cleveland just take that? Cleveland went farther in the playoffs than the Lakers. They're better off just keeping Mitchell and just building around the core that they have, even though it isn't perfect. I mean, the piece to trade would be maybe trading Darius Garland to try to find a better complementary piece to put alongside the Donovan Mitchell. But Donovan Mitchell has publicly came out and said, I'm happy here in Cleveland. Don't think he's going anywhere. Yeah. Laker fans, I keep telling y'all, it's over with. Stop. So when I start mentioning these names, Davis Bertans, Evan Fournier, Reggie Bullock, those are the players that y'all need to have y'all antennas perk up for. That's the market y'all in. I'm trying to give you the players that fit your market. Don't get mad at me because these players ain't all-star caliber players. This is just the market that you guys are shopping in right now. I told you, when you guys open y'all wallet up, y'all got $7.16. That means you need to be in the dollar store. See, what y'all trying to do is, Laker fans are trying to take their $7.16 and they trying to go to Sprouts or Whole Foods. Y'all trying to go to the nice grocery stores. No. You got to go to Aldi. Laker fans, y'all right now are in Aldi and y'all are also in Dollar General. Go to the frozen section of Dollar General. That's where y'all shopping right now. Anthony, the only option to fix all of your problems is to re-sign and keep D'Lo. The problem with keeping D'Lo is that if you re-sign him, you're stuck with him till December. Y'all don't want him. Remember, y'all have created such a toxic environment for D'Lo. You can't re-sign him and bring him back. The fans would not understand the business side of it. D'Lo will walk away from the Lakers for nothing this offseason, you guys. D'Lo is going to walk. The Lakers will get absolutely nothing in return. You will have an MLE that you can use, and you're probably going to have to split that MLE up between 2 players just to bring in help. Your only saving grace would be LeBron James walks away and just signs with another team. Outside of LeBron James walking away, creating a humongous gap in salary, there's no way to improve this team. Sorry. Just the reality of it. Unfortunate that me and Empire Jeff and Lakers and Fives, we got to be the only ones to tell you. I don't know why y'all keep coming with these names. I'm trying to tell you it's not realistic. Well, look. As soon as I know you said Darvin Ham got fired, right? As soon as they hire James Borrego or JJ Redick, I'm gonna be falling out my chair laughing. It's gonna be funny. It's gonna be funny. We got the LA Clippers, man. Paul George has a player option. A lot of people feel he's gonna opt out, re-up. James Harden, free agent. Daniel Tice, Russell Westbrook. A lot of people the rumors out there that Russell Westbrook Probably played his last games with the Clippers. He's probably not going to be back. PJ Tucker as a player option. I would assume that PJ Tucker opts out of that deal. But again, PJ Tucker might have to opt in just because I think he's in his upper 30s. I think he doesn't have much time left in the NBA. I think opting into his deal might be the only for sure NBA paycheck he can get. I don't know if he has a job. I mean, unless he's really signed into a team that's completely desperate, like the Lakers, right? Because they're so stricken with cap, which probably wouldn't be a horrible option for him. I just don't see PJ Tucker opting out. I think his agent should be fired if he tells him to opt out of that deal. Mason Plumlee, free agent. I think Mason Plumlee, the Lakers need another center. Obviously, Mason Plumlee is not the greatest option, but he's in the Dollar General store where the Lakers are shopping. This is the type of center options that you're going to be putting next to AD because you really don't have much bargaining power. You guys got a couple players with 1 year left on a deal. Terrence Mann, I could potentially see Terrence Mann getting moved. Bones Highland is going to be restricted pretty soon. Why they haven't utilized him? Kai Jones, I believe they brought him in for next year, so I don't think he's going anywhere either. So not entirely horrible outlook for the Clippers next year. Probably going to bring back Paul George on a new deal. But I don't know. Paul George is an odd one. He could leave. So I don't know what the Clippers are going to look like. But it's just going to be all dependent on Paul George and Russell Westbrook. The Lakers. LeBron James has a player option. If he hasn't opted out, he's going to opt out. He's going to get a new deal. Christian Wood has already opted in. Max Christie's going to get re-signed. They've already said they're going to bring Max Christie back. Jackson Hayes is going to opt in. He did nothing to help his value. No way he opts out of that deal. Cam Reddish is restricted. So Cam Reddish, Jackson Hayes, and Max Christie are probably all three of those guys who are restricted. They're all going to be back. They're not going to let those guys walk for nothing. Which ultimately, if they re-sign those guys, it's going to eat into that cap just a little bit more. D'Angelo Russell. My prediction is that D'Angelo Russell walks. 18 points per game, over 40% from the three. Somebody's going to sign him. If all the people acting like there are no suitors out there for Russell, I promise you this right here. I was told by a scout, I was told specifically there are 19 to 20 teams looking to bring D'Angelo Russell in. He is not going to be short of any suitors. So I don't know what y'all be concocting in y'all living rooms or in backstages on StreamYards. There's a whole bunch of teams going to be knocking on D'Angelo Russell's door when the time comes. This is his last opportunity to get paid, and he made sure he had the stat line to back justifying another payday. 18 points per game, 40% over the three. He had the highest assist-to-turnover ratio on that team, even higher than LeBron James. Yeah, he's getting signed somewhere. And I'm definitely going to be tuned in when the Lakers play wherever D'Angelo Russell goes, because I have a funny feeling D'Lo is going to try to go for 50 on them and talk a whole bunch of shit on the way. Going to be one of the most entertaining games of the year. So we'll have to see. Hold on, y'all. Let me check on this number. Salute to everybody in the chat, man. 453 in the building. My apologies. I haven't been watching the numbers on the stream, man. Appreciate everybody, man, sticking around in the chat, man. 453 in the building. Salute to Moose Talk Sports. Salute to Najee, the chosen one. Cottage Boy 81. Anthony, everybody that's been in here keeping this chat live. Appreciate you guys, man. Appreciate everybody that donated. Let me shout out the donations. Salute to HBJR. Make sure y'all put y'all YouTube names in here so I can at least give y'all a shout out, man. But I definitely want to give you a shout out if you send a donation in. So Tiffany Nant and HBJR, salute for hitting the Cash App to support. If you do want to hit the Cash App is pinned to the top of the chat. Make sure you support the channel, man. We give you these live streams. Make sure you tune in on Saturdays to check out the crossover. Make sure you tune in on Sundays to check out a Rumble in the Ring wrestling podcast. And then make sure you start tuning in on Mondays for the Hollywood Herm show. And then we're going to have another show on Wednesdays, a boxing show, 9 p.m. at night, hosted by H from the UK, man. So that show is going to be cooking up as well, man. So we got a lot of shows planned for you guys. Consistent content on a daily basis. We're not just spamming the same old regurgitated basketball content over and over again. Trying to give you guys different viewpoints from different people, man. So we heard from the Lakers. The Memphis Grizzlies don't have much action going on this offseason. Luke Kennard on a team option. Utah Wanatube, I think that's another guy. Utah Wanatube, Japanese player. Another guy that's going to be in the Lakers tax bracket. Has good size. Actually, not this past season, but the year before that. I think he was one of the top three-point shooters in the league. He's in the Dollar General store. Lakers, another player you can shop for if you're really trying to improve this roster, right? And you know, he actually is a solid player. Is he a star? No. But he is a solid player. He makes shots. You can probably coach him up defensively, depending on who you bring in. The Miami Heat got a lot going on with the Miami Heat. Patty Mills, man. Patty Mills is a free agent. A lot of teams could be vying for his services as a veteran guard. Haywood Highsmith, he actually gave himself some value, man. Really good player there. He got hurt at the end of the year. Kevin Love with a player option. Josh Richardson, player option. Thomas Bryant with a player option. Caleb Martin with a player option. Cole Swidler and Jamal Cain. So they got a couple guys that are restricted. Not sure what they're going to do there. A lot of guys with player options that I think they'll all pick up their player option. Do the Heat hold him to Caleb Martin? It doesn't matter. It's Caleb Martin's choice. He has a player option. So whether he goes or stays, I don't know. I believe he has value if he does opt out. It would be wise of him to opt out right now. I don't think his value can get much higher. And I think he can push for a 4-year deal just for some security. I think he can easily get like a 4-year, $45 million deal. I think he can easily command that. 4 years, 44, 4 years, 45, something like that. If a team wants to slightly overpay, 4 years, 50. I think he can easily get that. That's right around his ballpark right there. Right? And you know exactly what you're getting with him. A hard-nosed defender who can make shots. Not going to be an all-star, but he's going to be one of those role players that helps get you over the hump. So you have to look at him. Salute to T Streets in the chat as well, man. Salute to T Streets, one of the OGs of the channel, man. They also have Jimmy Butler with 1 year left on his deal. Player option at the end of it. Do they move on from Jimmy Butler? Do they move on from Tyler Hero? I mean, the Heat have been adamant about keeping Hero, but then whenever you need Hero, when it matters most, he's injured. Pat Riley was critical of him and Jimmy Butler this offseason. Are those two still on this Heat roster going into next year? Do they look to rebuild? All right, because I think this team is tapped out as far as how good they can be. I don't know if they can get any better. They struggled a lot during the regular season. They're pretty good in the playoffs, but not good enough. Do they continue this charade of pushing out Jimmy Butler and Bam Adebayo and Tyler Hero trying to win a championship? I think it might be over with in Miami. Right? I think they might be looking towards hitting that reset button. I agree, Titus. I agree. Got the Milwaukee Bucks, Pat Beverly. The door's closing, man. The door's closing on his career. I think he gets re-signed to another team, but man, oh man, some of the stuff he's doing, throwing the ball at the fan at the end of that Milwaukee game, pretty stupid to me. Pretty stupid to me. And why would you want to bring in those headaches? Obviously, he's out of consideration for the Lakers, primarily because of his last experience with the Lakers. So I just don't see too many teams just saying, look, I want to go bring in Pat Beverly. All right, he's older now. He isn't the same defender. Definitely energizer. Probably good leadership in the locker room. Just don't know how valuable he can be. Jay Crowder, another guy as well, getting older. Another vet guy. But Jay Crowder could potentially be a guy that's in the Dollar General store for some of these teams that are supremely over the cap. So maybe it works there. Malik Beasley. He's a free agent again. He bet on himself. I think he did well. I think Malik Beasley's finally going to get a decent payday. He's looking at maybe $8 to $10 million a year just based on what he did this year with the Milwaukee Bucks. I think he earned it, man. Salute to Malik Beasley for having a hell of a year with the Bucks. Let's get to the Pelicans. Jonas Valanciunas is a free agent. I know a lot of people have been connecting Jonas Valanciunas with the Lakers. No, he's not. He's a free agent. They don't have the budget or the money or the budget to bring a guy like that in. I don't care what type of MLE you got. You ain't bringing him in. He's going to command too much. All right. Bigs that can shoot, bigs that can rebound the way he does, don't come cheap. Not in the Lakers' price bracket or rim. Maybe they luck up and pull it off. I just don't see it happening. Jose Alvarado has a team option. Obviously, I believe the Pelicans keep him. Najee Marshall, free agent. He's a solid role player. Cody Zeller, somehow he's still in the league. Then you got Brandon Ingram with 1 year left on his deal. Probably going to be shopping Brandon Ingram with that 1 year left on his deal, especially when I saw him get benched in the playoffs the way he did. So it's looking like his time in New Orleans is up right there. The Knicks, who were just recently eliminated. Isaiah Hartenstein, man, it's going to be a guy to look out for. Where does he fall? Right? This guy's went around the league, but he's been looked over so many times. Had a hell of a year this year. One of the best offensive rebounders in the game. He's going to be up for another payday. Another guy that I think can command 10 to 15 million per. All right, easily, especially on a short-term deal. Alec Burke, free agent. Shake Milton, free agent. Shake Milton is another one of those guards. He's going to be in the dollar store. If you're over the cap and you need a dollar store player that can give you high-level production, Shake Milton is one of those guys. OJ Anunoby's on a player option. Obviously, I believe he stays with the Knicks. They're probably going to re-sign Jericho Sims, super athletic young player. Precious Achiuwa, they're bringing him back. Daquan Jeffries, Jacob Toppin, and all those guys, they're going to be bringing them all back. No significant one-year players left on this roster. Cornbread said, that's my cousin. I bet it is. Probably. Salute to it if you're a cousin. Salute to him. OKC. Looks like their team is going to be pretty sound going into next year. Pretty set. They got some guys on team options. Isaiah Joe, which I think they'll probably bring him back. He did do enough this year to maybe earn like a 2-3 year deal on the smaller side. So maybe he does. Maybe guys like Isaiah Joe chases the paycheck somewhere. So I don't know if they can keep him, especially on some type of team-friendly contract. He's probably going to look to get paid. Same with Aaron Wiggins, another guy with a team option. If the team rejects those options, they're going to be looking to get paid. Gordon Hayward's a free agent. But also with Gordon Hayward, I think Gordon Hayward's in the dollar store now. If you are one of those teams significantly over the cap, Golden State Warriors, Los Angeles Lakers, LA Clippers, you're going to have to start shopping in the dollar store. Gordon Hayward might be one of those premium items in the dollar store. If you can get him with with your MLE, and you're not having to spend a ton of money on him. He's already made his money in the league. Probably just wants to be in a winning situation. He's a vet. I would like to have him if you can get him for the low. So there we go right there. The Orlando Magic, man. The Orlando Magic got some decisions to make. Gogo Batazde, I like him. He's probably one of the more underrated bigs in this league. He was really good for the Pacers when he was there. Gary Harris, he's turned. It's crazy how going from being so closely connected to Gary Harris as a player, playing against him a ton back in Indiana, and now all of a sudden he spent all this time in the league, and now Gary Harris is looked at like he's a vet. It's just crazy when I see guys like Jeff Teague and Gary Harris. It just feel like I was just hooping with him. And now they looked at his vets, man. Time flies, man. It's crazy how time flies, man. Crazy. But yeah, Markelle Fultz, free agent. Not for sure if the Magic bring him back. They're just not good enough at the point guard position. So we'll have to see. Jonathan Isaac with 1 year left on his deal. Probably going to be a trade. I think he's trade bait. With how much he gets injured, I think they're going to look to move him and maybe kind of entice some team to take him just based on promise. But I think Jonathan Isaac still can be a really good player in this league if there's a team out there willing to take a risk on him. I just don't know if Orlando's that team. This is right here. Lakers next roster. Next season. Shake Milton, LeBron, AD, Rui, Reeves, Plumlee, Hayward, Bullock, Prince, and Max Christie. Very well. I don't know if there'd be that many changes. I don't think they can't bring in all those guys in. They can't bring in Shake Milton. They can't bring in Plumlee all together. Bullock. I think if you're looking at the Lakers, they have to look at one or maybe two of those guys. I'm looking at Hayward, Bullock, and Plumlee, Max. But again, they're shopping in the dollar store. And they're not even shopping on the budget where they can get everything in the dollar store. They can only get a few of those pieces. Now it's about, okay, who comes back? What do we want this roster to look like? Are we going to be a defensive-minded team? And I think all of that's going to start by, first you have to determine who's your coach. Who's your coaching staff? Who's your coach and who's your coaching staff? So they can't even determine what this team is going to look like next year until they get a coach and a coaching staff. They can't even determine what they're going to do in the draft until they get a coaching staff. So until you get those things, they can't really determine what this roster is going to look like. The one thing I do know is that what you primarily see this year on this Laker team is primarily what you're going to see next year with some minor changes. I know locker room, you probably won't get, you guys need something. I mean, the thing is, PJ Tucker, if he opts out of his contract, he's going to be in the dollar store with the rest of the players that the Lakers can shop for. But the reality of the Lakers situation is all of these players that y'all propagating, these star players, they're not coming. I just don't know why you guys spend so much time and energy lying to people about who the Lakers are going to get next year when it's just not happening. I know it hurts y'all's soul to hear that the best you can do this offseason are going to be players like Reggie Bullock, but that's just the business side of it that y'all just don't want to understand or come to terms with. Antone Broom says, I disagree. They'll make more changes than that. Have traded SS this summer. Okay. If you believe so. I agree that they do have those 3 draft picks. I agree. They do have them. Now, the tricky part is packaging up players with those picks to get these so-called star players that y'all want. You don't have the players, right? The trade packages that you guys are putting together to get a Donovan Mitchell make no sense for the Cavs. I know that all of the players that these y'all Laker fans are mentioning, Donovan Mitchell, Trae Young, DeJounte Murray, all of these fantasy dream scenario players would work well with the Lakers. But these trades that y'all throwing out there don't work well with what the other team's trying to do. Not every team is trying to tank and take on 3 draft picks. Now, if the Atlanta Hawks go into tank mode and they start selling all their assets, maybe you could get lucky there. But as the Detroit Pistons just showed us, tanking don't reward you nothing. 5 years of tanking, haven't even got one number 1 pick. The Atlanta Hawks just got rewarded with the number 1 overall pick for competing. Lakers going to be a 12 seed if we listen to Lamont. Well, the Lakers business-wise put themselves to be in the 12th seed. See, y'all were talking like I put the Lakers in this financial nightmare of a situation. All I'm doing is telling you the situation that you're in. YPC. You're in a 12th seed situation. Not because of me. I didn't tell the Lakers to go trade for Russell Westbrook and completely decimate all your depth. And then when it doesn't work out, you have to trade Russell Westbrook for unnatural pieces that don't necessarily fit perfectly. I'm just telling you the reality of the situation. If you want to be completely delusional and think that this team is something other than what you've shown on the court, then I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. But the reality of y'all situation is D'Lo's going to walk. You have no way to replace that production. And I know you guys don't care if D'Lo walks. You just want him gone. Well, he's going to go. And you guys are still going to be significantly over the cap, teeter along the first apron. You cannot sign and trade. You won't be able to do any of these things. So, I mean, locker room. The emojis don't save you from reality. See, emojis, that's something that like little kids do. That's like a little kid thing. The reality of the situation is there's just not much y'all can do. So when I talk about these pieces, and when I say these pieces, when I say the Reggie Bullocks and Davis Bertans, these aren't just bargain players for the Lakers. These are bargain players for any team that's significantly over the cap. These are players that the Warriors are going to have to be shopping for. These are players that the Clippers are going to have to be looking at. Milwaukee Bucks are going to have to be looking at some of these types of players. So this is not a Laker thing. If you guys think that these players are all for the Lakers, no. These are all bargain players for any team that's significantly over the cap. 178 million, 179 million in cap space. That's the problem. Those are the teams. Well, locker room. I'm in the P's right now. As soon as we get to the T's, we'll start talking about the Trailblazers. We're talking about every team. We're talking about every team's free agents right now. I'm not hell-bent on caring about what the Lakers are going to do. I just think it's funny to hear how delusional you guys are when it comes to what your offseason is going to look like. I just think it's funny, even though the facts about what you can or can't do is out there as public. Since you like D'Lo, take him on your team. No, D'Lo's a free agent. It's not that I like D'Lo. See, I'll make it about who I like. I'm talking about the business side. The business side of basketball is going to screw the Lakers over this summer because D'Lo walks and because of your inability to trade him at the trade deadline and because of your inability to replace that production because you have no salary cap. Because all you have to spend is about $5 million of an MLE. And because you are teetering along the second apron, if you re-sign Max Christie, that's going to push you into the second apron. And now you won't be able to do any trades you won't be able to do a sign and trade, even if one becomes available. Grain of salt. The Lakers and Suns are in cap hell. Thank you. This applies to the Suns as well. They put themselves in financial hell. Locker room. I bet you guys would. The unfortunate reality, locker room, is nobody wants any of the Laker players. The Blazers are loaded with two guards. Now, if there's some team out there that's significantly struggling at the two guard position and they really need a starting quality two guard or maybe even a six man, maybe they'll indulge. As it stands right now, a lot of the teams that y'all want to do trades with, like the Cavs or even Atlanta Hawks, are loaded with two guards. And I don't think a lot of these teams are looking at going into some type of rebuild where they're just going to willingly take on a whole bunch of Laker draft picks, where it makes absolutely no sense. Hey, Anthony, I would love to make a bet. Hey, Anthony, if you believe the Lakers are trading Austin Reeves, we can make that bet right now. We can make that bet right now. The Lakers are in cap hell. They're not going to trade their most cap-friendly contract to get out of this situation. But I do believe if the Lakers did target any young player, I believe they should target Jonathan Isaac of the Orlando Magic. I think he would fit beautifully alongside Anthony Davis and LeBron James if he can stay healthy. Also, you have to think, because he's been injured so much in Orlando, his value's in the garbage can. So you may be able to entice Orlando with a draft pick and maybe another player to take that Jonathan Isaac contract. And grain of salt, that's the risk. Isaac has been super injury prone. But remember, Jonathan Isaac, coming out of college, out of Florida State, was a top 5 prospect, one of the best 5 players in the draft, right? When he's healthy, he's a solid offensive player. And we know when he's healthy, he's one of the best defensive players. He's definitely a top 15 defensive player in the league when he's healthy. Can you keep him healthy? That's the biggest question. But again, acquiring an asset like that, if you can make it work, these are the types of finesse moves you have to be looking at. Especially if you're the Lakers or like the Suns or the Clippers, you have to be asking yourself, what players had extremely high value at one point in time, but for whatever reason, their values dropped. And maybe this team is looking to move on from that player, and we can capitalize on that. You know, a team like Orlando, if they are looking to bring in a Klay Thompson or maybe go after a Trae Young at the point guard spot, they're going to have to clear some cap and they're going to have to clear some roster spots because they're going to have to take on players and do a whole bunch of stuff. So they may be looking to move on from players like that. You never know, man. But you're going to have to start getting really creative. He says, you just said other teams don't want what we have. What makes you think we'll just take anybody? I don't know what that means. No, I'm saying the team. What I said locker room is the teams like Cleveland, they're loaded with 2 guards. I just don't see them trading for more 2 guards. Atlanta is loaded with 2 guards. I don't see them trading for more 2 guards. So that's all I'm saying. There are teams out there that maybe would like to Austin Reeves on their team. I don't know what those teams are. I just don't see the Lakers, who are already in a horrendous cap situation, trading one of their most team-friendly contracts. That's the problem. This is something that the Golden State Warriors former Golden State Warriors GM is arguably one of the best GMs in NBA history. He said Austin Reeves is on one of the best contracts he's ever seen. It's super team friendly. You just don't move those types of deals. You hold on to those contracts because once you start to map your roster out, it makes your cap situation, it takes a little bit of a burden off that cap situation. And you're just not adding cap holds and a whole bunch of cap annoyances onto your team. Players that just eat up a ton of cap, right? You're trying to alleviate the problem that you have created, not add to it. All right, let's get to the Sixers, man. The Sixers got a ton of free agents, y'all. When we get to the 76ers, and the Sixers are going to have a ton of players that a lot of teams, because the Sixers are going to have a ton of players that are going to be in that bargain basement. They're going to be in the dollar store. Tobias Harris, going to be in the dollar store. All right. I think they might have asked a little bit too much out of him. I think they asked too much out of him. I think they gave him a $200 million deal in Philly. He tricked a few people, but I don't think he was ever that guy. He's going to be on bargain basement time. You can get him for the low. He's still a good defender. He's still a good 3-and-D player if you can get him for the low. Robert Covington, he's still a good 3-and-D player, right? Maybe a little bit older, but Phoenix Suns, Golden State Warriors, Lakers, Clippers, Bucks, those are players I can see getting added. I think a good young talent who's now a free agent, KJ Martin, son of Kenyon Martin, super athletic, was really good in Houston before he got traded. And then he's kind of gotten bounced around after that. Nicholas Batum, I think he's done in the league. I don't know if he has any more left in the tank. Kelly Oubre will be a free agent. All right. He added a ton to his value. You won't be able to get him for the low anymore. Kyle Lowry, he might be done. Mo Bamba's a free agent. Campaign. Buddy Hield is a free agent. Buddy Hield coming off of a deal where he was making almost $20 million per year. I don't believe he's getting another big contract. Maybe he goes to the dollar store. Maybe you can get him on an MLE. If you're looking at like a team like the Suns, you're looking to add shooting. If you're a playoff quality team. The Philadelphia 76ers is going to be like ultimate shopping ground for competing teams next year, trying to fill out their bench. And Tone Broom, I agree. I believe Austin Reeves is a 6-man, not a starter. I agree, especially on a championship or high caliber playoff team. I believe he should be coming off your bench. I do agree there. We got the Phoenix Suns right here. Bobo, Royce O'Neal, Thaddeus Young, and Isaiah Thomas. Not for sure if they have the most impactful guys. They have a ton of guys on player options. Drew Eubanks, Eric Gordon, Damian Lee, and Josh Okogie. I believe all of those guys come back on their player option. A couple restricted guys, Saban Lee, Azubuike, and Ish Wainwright. They're all restricted right there. I know for a fact they're probably going to keep Saban Lee and Ish Wainwright. Not sure what they're going to do with Azubuike yet. And they don't have any guys with expiring contracts going into 2025. We look at the Portland Trailblazers, man. Not too much really going on with this team right here. They only have one real free agent. That's Moses Brown, who they signed on a minimum deal. Moses Brown is a center. So I want y'all to keep your eye on Moses Brown. I think he is one of the most underrated young centers in this league that just really hasn't been given an opportunity. All right. He reminds me of a Derek Lively. Moses Brown was really good with OKC a few years ago. Hasn't really fell into the rotation in Portland, but he has good size, really good athlete, I like Moses Brown. Maybe he goes to one of these veteran teams on a minimum deal to go prove his worth. Right? Not a popular name, but man, he's a big body. He can block shots. He's young, doesn't get hurt a ton. Somebody I would look into if I'm one of those competitive teams really looking to add size on the team. We do have Malcolm Brogdon still with 1 year left on this deal. For whatever reason, Malcolm Brogdon has literally told Portland that he loves being there. He's told Portland he loves being there. He loves being a vet to the young guys. I don't know. Maybe they move off of him, but I think there's an attachment there. I think they're going to hold on to him for whatever reason. Sacramento Kings, Malik Monk, Alex Len, JaVale McGee, Kessler Edwards. All free agents, man. All free agents right there. A lot of rumors about Malik Monk walking. Not sure if he walks. Antone Broom says Portland should go to the OKC route. Portland should go to OKC route, trade off veterans and to a contender and stockpile draft picks. I mean, that's what they've been doing. That's what they've been kind of been doing. CJ, Robert Covington, Nicholas Batum. I mean, they just pawned off all them guys. They've been doing that. So, I mean, you know, it is what it is. They got a shit ton of draft picks. So we'll see how they look next year, but I expect another year where Portland's bad. I think the players that we have, I think Simons is a really good, like, third option. He's not your number one. Sharp, he still hasn't blossomed yet. I don't even know if I think he's more like a 3 or 4 at best. You know, we didn't see much from the draft pick this year. So, I mean, there's a lot of question marks in Portland. They do have the youth. I think next year should be about identifying who's our star player. That's what I think the Warriors. And salute to We Slaying and salute to J Bob for subbing to FYF Sports. Appreciate you guys. Yeah, Scoot Henderson does not become Kwame Brown 2.0, man. Oh, man. And see, grain of salt. That's exactly why these draft picks are valuable, but they're not as valuable as some people might think that they are. So they are valuable. But especially when those draft picks are coming from some of the better teams in the league that made the playoffs, it's super hard to gauge how these guys are panning out. You see the top teams in the league are struggling trying to figure out who's the cream of the crop out of 1 through 10. Imagine you got some of these Laker, Clipper, Warrior draft picks, and you're trying to figure out who's the cream of the crop, and you're talking about players 25 through 50. Extremely hard to this. That's why I say they're draft picks, they're tradable assets, but man, oh man. It's hard to determine their true value. We got the Spurs. Chetty Osman is the only unrestricted free agent. David Duke Jr. And Dominic Barlow are both restricted, man. Devontae Graham has 1 year left on his deal. Devontae Graham's another guy that I think can get traded to a contender because he has 1 year left on his deal. Can he be impactful? He can score the ball. I don't know if he can be impactful. So, you know, it is what it is, man. Really, the rest of the teams, Washington, Utah, Toronto, marginal teams. None of them have significant free agent situations. I mean, Utah Jazz, Taylor Horton Tucker's a free agent. Chris Dunn, nothing significant. The Washington Wizards, Tyus Jones, that could be significant to a certain degree. Anthony Gill, he actually wasn't bad. So some of these teams, especially towards the end, not sure what they can offer. Toronto has a Gary Trent Jr. A lot of people are going to be vying for his services, especially with the way he played. Jordan the Warriors, he's going to be another one of those Dollar General guys who I believe can go to a really good team on a minimum deal, try to earn his worth. And then they still got the unfortunate reality for the Raptors, they still got Jonte Porter on the books. He's still listed as a restricted free agent. So unfortunately for them, they got to deal with that situation. So So we'll see how that goes. I don't know how that works. If you get banned from the league, do you still get paid out your contract? He says, Lamont, who do you think has the best chance to win free agency? Well, it's going to be the teams with most flexibility. I mean, Orlando Magic's put themselves in a really good situation. They just got to be smart with their moves. And when I say win free agency, to me, winning free agency is putting yourself in a situation where you can go from being a non-contender to a contender, kind of like how OKC did. And so when you think about what teams can, I think Atlanta's probably in the best situation to maybe go, if they find a way to maximize this offseason, also having that number one pick, they can really go from being a good team to a team that could really contend in the West, depending on what they do. But they got a ton of flexibility. They got contracts that a lot of other teams want. They got the number one overall pick. He says, if you're the Knicks, do you go after Mikal Bridges? But grain of salt, I just don't think the Knicks can afford to go after any more like middling players. These like fringe stars. They got Josh Hart. They got Brunson. Right? They got Julius Randle. It's really time for the Knicks to just go out there and go get a star. Like, if anybody's in the running, I mean, for Donovan Mitchell, you would have to say somebody like the Knicks if they can make it work in that backcourt. All right, because Brunson's now going to be dominating the lion's share of those possessions. All right, what do you do with Julius Randle? Right? Do you chase another post presence? Right? Like, I expect the Knicks to really do some talking with the Philadelphia 76ers, even though it's extremely improbable, but they need an interior presence, man. They need somebody that does the opposite of what Jalen Brunson does. What team could use a Brandon Ingram? It's whatever team can light a fire under him, Jason Brown. Whenever he plays, when that fire's lit, when Brandon Ingram plays like that fire underneath him is lit, whoa, he looks like a top 15 player in the league. When Brandon Ingram checks out, he's one of the worst players in the league. He's one of those guys that he wears his emotions on his sleeve, and it shows. And when those emotions start to rear their ugly head, he's unplayable. So I don't know, man. I just don't know. And it's just like, I don't know who brings him in or who can make it work, but it's just hard because you're going to have to get him to buy into a lesser role. And I don't know. What did the Warriors do with CP3? I don't know. Don't know. I mean, the Warriors are in a tough situation. I mean, they are extremely. Is this the offseason where they say goodbye to their trio? Do they break up the trio? Steve Kerr has been extremely adamant about the fact that he thinks they can win again. I just don't see it. So, do they hit the reset button? As hard as it's going to be to hit the reset button. Like, who wants to be? Does Dunleavy want to be the GM that trades Steph Curry because they have to hit the reset button? Like, who wants to be the guy that trades Steph Curry? Who really wants to be known for that? Who wants to be the guy that broke up the Warriors dynasty as a GM? Nets in the running for Trae Young? Maybe. I don't know. I think the Spurs and the Orlando Magic maybe are better suitors just based on fit. I can see why the Nets would be, though. You know? But it's just hard to completely sell out for Trae Young, a small guard that, like, when you talk about a guy whose stats struggle to have a large impact on winning is Trae Young. I mean, I looked up this year and I looked at Trae Young's numbers. Like, if I pull up Trae Young's stats, he has an unbelievable stat line. Let me pull him up. Trae Young's stats. Like, he has an unbelievable stat line. And I'll be looking at it, and salute to Boss Life, man. Sacktown, salute to Boss Life, Sacktown. Salute to Arjun. Appreciate you guys being here on FYF Sports. Look at this stat line. 25.7 points per game, 10.8 assists. What did he shoot from the three? Hold on one second. Where is it at? Oh, here it is right here. All right, he shot 37% from the three, 25, basically 26 points a game on 10 assists. But, man, when you talk about a guy whose numbers have little impact on winning games, it's Trae Young. It just don't have the impact. And, man, y'all know the asking price is going to be ridiculous. With some of these other trades that set the precedence for what it's going to take to get a star player, they had to, grain of salt. It's not that Nick McMillan was a bad coach. It was just too many locker room clashes. Too many locker room clashes. I mean, you can't almost come to blows with your star player, expect to have a job. One of them two elements got to go, the player or the coach. With no tenure there, McMillan's going to be gone. Just reality, man. So Trae Young, man, it's just tough, man, with him. So we'll see. Is picking DeJounte Murray? Well, it's not, because it seemed like that team played with more energy when DeJounte Murray was leading them. When y'all remember how that team was playing when Trae Young was out with his injury? They were playing with more energy. Defense picked up because they didn't have to be so small. That was just a small sample size of what life without Trae Young is going to look like. And I think when they saw life without Trae Young, I think they said, well, this ain't really that bad. If we can parlay him off for some other pieces that fit. Oh, Quinn Snyder's one of the best coaches in the league. I can't blame coaching there. It's just a byproduct of the players that you got. You're not going to win in this league without the talent. Now, I believe that Atlanta team had talent, but, man, they're a poorly constructed team. How many times are the Hawks going to blame coaches? I don't know. It's just the players. When y'all going to blame? When y'all just going to put the blame on Trae Young? I mean, we just had the locker room in here talking about James Harden's choker. When are people just going to say Trae Young's the choker? I mean, if it's that simplified. Where do you think Garland goes? I don't know. I think he's raised his value. I think a lot of teams will love. I think the player on that team that a lot of teams are going to be asking about is Karis LeVert. He's the guy. He's the guy that really, really going to get a lot of intrigue. All right. Garland I don't know. Garland's a good player. I mean, if I'm being honest, Darius Garland might be the best player ever that I've been on the court with, hooping with. When he was out here in Arizona, I don't know if I've ever seen a better player on the court at the same time with me. My opinion of Bronny James, boy, if LeBron had any power in the league, he would utilize that power to make sure Bronny James gets drafted to the right team. Bronny James's skill sets are designed for him to be on a good team. If he goes to the Warriors, he's going to succeed. If he goes to the Bucks, Clippers, if he goes to any team that already has star level talent there, playoff quality team, he's going to succeed. But if you stick him on a bad team, bottom feeder team, he's going to be trash. Just like at USC, he cannot get you out of the mud. He's not the type of talent that can get you out the trenches. But he is the type of talent would be crazy on a Denver Nugget team. Crazy on a Clipper team. It's just like what Gilbert Arenas said. He's played with stars his whole life. He knows how to facilitate two stars. He knows how to win with stars. He knows how to not get in the way of the stars. And he knows how to get his own around the stars. That's his best skill set. That's the skill set that he has that nobody's talking about. Nobody's talking about it because it requires those specific teams having some type of interest in him. And generally, players like that, players whose skill sets are only highlighted because of the team, those guys don't make a ton of money in this league. So I don't think his agency wants to have him classified as that type of player. But Bronny is talented. He's uniquely talented in an odd way, though. So, I mean, he's entered his name into the draft. He's bet on himself, but he has to go to the right team. I mean, look at what Charlotte did to PJ Washington. Look how PJ Washington's game looks night and day just from changing teams mid-season. If you go to the wrong team, your skill sets can get suppressed, especially bad teams. B. Jones says CC is selling right now, Caitlin Clark. She is. I heard she sold out the Fieldhouse in Indy. But the problem is, B. Jones, is this. Just like I said this a while ago, and Jeff Teague said it too. They better start pulling some WWE stuff in WNBA. They better find a way to get her dropping 30-point games. They cannot let Caitlin Clark go her rookie season just being an average player, talking about, oh, she's going to be good later. This fan base doesn't care if she's going to be good later. They need her to be good now. I don't care if you got to tell the instructor refs to give her 25 free throws a game. They need to make Caitlin Clark the same Caitlin Clark that we saw in college by hook or crook. Because if they lose Caitlin Clark, if they let her fall into the oblivion of the WNBA and just be another WNBA player, the WNBA is going to have another wasted opportunity. Thank you, Moose. He says, look at Bruce Brown on Denver compared to Bruce Brown on Indiana or Toronto. You're right. Bruce Brown is another one of those players where he looks really good under the right circumstances. Just like Aaron Gordon. Aaron Gordon on his own in Orlando looked trash. Borderline being called a bust. Gets into a much better situation in Denver. Now we're having a different conversation about him. Salute to Anto 90. Appreciate you for subscribing, man. Appreciate everybody that's subscribing to FYF Sports today. Appreciate everybody that's hit the Cash App to support, man. Much appreciated, man. Keep it going. All right, we're going to try to get this stream. We're going to try to go over 3 hours today. It is what it is, man. We just try to give you guys facts, man. Whether, it's been some people in the chat, man. They've been struggling to accept the information about the reality of their team situations. I don't dictate what your team's reality is. I just tell you what your team's reality is. Anthony says, Aaron Gordon's 4 points in last night's games. Yes, I know. But that's not what Aaron Gordon does, Anthony. He's a defender. I don't judge Aaron Gordon based on how many points he scores. I judge Aaron Gordon based on how well he defends on a night in and night out basis. Now, if you tell me that Michael Porter Jr. had 4 points, that's a different thing. Because Michael Porter Jr.'s primary job on the floor is to score points. But because he's a pattern player, he's heavily reliant on the star players to get his buckets. And when the star players get clamped up, or when the star player's busy trying to score 35, 40 points, he, unfortunately, can't be the benefit of that playmaking. King Shaggy says, I randomly saw her play like a week ago on TV, and Caitlin was the coldest one out there. It was like she was playing a different game. Oh, well, Shaggy, look, Caitlin Clark is supremely talented. The problem is the WNBA does not have time for Caitlin Clark to catch up, right? Because, all these WNBA players, Diana Taurasi, they've been saying, oh, she needs time to get adjusted. Well, the WNBA don't got time for all that. By the time she gets adjusted, people then got tuned out the WNBA and moved on to another sport. They don't know how to capitalize on what's going on right now. And to make matters worse, the WNBA, they're so stupid, they don't even know how to, when they get a good thing, watch this. when they get a good thing that happens to them, they completely throw it in the garbage can. Check this out. The WNBA is now investigating the Las Vegas Aces deal with the Vegas Tourism Authority. So this tourism authority basically said we're giving every player on your roster an $100,000 deal, a brand partnership deal. The league is investigating it as if it's some type of bad thing. They know how to shed so much bad light on themselves. Once they saw this happen, they should have started knocking on the doors of a whole bunch of companies saying, do you want to do this for the Fever? Do you want to do this for the Connecticut Sun? Do you want to do this with the Chicago Sky? Because what happens is when these companies get into bed with the WNBA, they now also take some responsibility in making sure that the WNBA grows. Because for people to see their brand, it has to grow. So now they have to take some culpability in helping you grow. But see, the WNBA is so stupid. As soon as something like this happened, they want to investigate it as if this company is doing something wrong that only favors the Aces. They're stupid. The WNBA is a dumb league. I told you, the women that they got running this league, one, you need to put men running the league with real business minds, and because they're not going to run it off emotions, right? And they're just dumb. I told you, I will be the marketing director for the WNBA for 1 year for free, just to show them how to get it done. But they got the wrong people at the top. You can't have the LGBT community at the top and expect things to go right. You got Caitlin Clark, bro. What did they tell the refs? What do you think David Stern told the refs about how to ref Jordan in the 90s? Jordan need 30 points a game. They touch him, send him to the free throw line. But Jordan's going to be a 30-point per game scorer. He's the most exciting player in this league. It's all we got. Send his ass to the free throw line. I'm telling those refs, if they even breathe on Caitlin Clark, send her to the free throw line. I don't care if they get obliterated and blitzed by 30 points. She's getting her 30 points. And when she knocks down a three, we clipping it, making it seem like she knocked down 10 threes. But grain of salt. Because it stands out like a sore thumb. They're stupid. See, people in the NBA can't say it publicly because they'll get canceled. I can say it here on FYF Sports. Whoever's running the WNBA is stupid. They are dumb. The women running the WNBA are stupid. The older players in the WNBA are stupid. They are shooting their own league in the foot because they don't want the young talent to come in and be great. They want the young talent to come in and you got to adjust to the league and adjust to the physicality. No, we want to see some people get barbecued. We ain't trying to see Caitlin Clark come in and struggle. We try to see Caitlin Clark come in and barbecue. I don't care if you have to doctor it up and rig a few things up. You better start giving Caitlin Clark some 30-point games, but somehow. You better stop letting these teams hit her with these hard screens, beating her up. What the hell is they thinking? Boy, as soon as Breanna Stewart would have hit her with that hard screen, I might have had a ref just say flagrant. Flagrant 2, get up out the game. Breanna Stewart, you ain't helping us market the league. Breanna Stewart looked like some old broke down farmer, looking crazy, big and gangly, don't help in the marketability of the league whatsoever. You out here setting hard screens on the best player, on the best thing coming into this league. Right? You try to take her out. Man, get about the game. But they stupid. Because what would have happened was, let's say the ref ejects Breanna Stewart. Everybody is talking about it on ESPN the next day. Everybody's talking about it. Everybody's going to be talking about that dream. Is the league protecting Caitlin Clark? That's a new narrative that everybody's talking about. Now YouTubers and ESPN is talking about it. But they so stupid they don't even know how to stir controversy. They're too stupid. Why would you start the Fever off? Well, as soon as you see the Fever are about to draft Caitlin Clark, I'm giving the Fever the most friendliest, weakest schedule to start the year ever. How the hell you start the year off playing the goddamn New York Liberty? They start the year off playing the best defensive team in the league, the Connecticut Sun. What kind of stupidity are they doing? Just put your only hope at any type of prosperity. Just let her get barbecued by the Liberty a few times. They got beat by 40 points. They stupid, man. We need these we need real messages to get to the people in the WNBA. Maybe they start hiring us. They're stupid. Caitlin Clark out here just getting screened and pushed, and she having to look the ref to get fouls. No. She getting every call she wants, man. Thank you, Moose. Man, they don't know how to naturally do it. Like, Adam Silver might deny it, but he loves it when the refs miss a call. When the refs missed that call on LeBron James versus the Celtics last year, you got LeBron James jumping up like a little kid. Celtics still win the game. Lakers still struggling. But hey, we talked about that for a whole week. Fuck it. Make a mistake, ref. How long was we talking about that screen? Right? When Iowa was playing UConn. Right? The UConn girl sets the screen. They call offensive foul. Whether it's right or wrong, we sat there and talked about that for like 2-3 days. UConn got robbed. UConn got cheated. Oh, they trying to see Caitlin Clark. But we talking about it. See, the WNBA so dumb, they don't realize that the negative banter is still good banter. Oh, crazy. Bro, if I'm the commissioner of the league, them refs, Caitlin Clark's going to the free throw line 25 times a game. If you sniff on her wrong, she's going to the free throw line. I mean, I want it to be vividly, flagrantly, I want it to be super visible that she's getting every free throw. Just like it was when Jordan played. Y'all heard what Larry Magic Johnson said to Jordan? You get too close to him, it's a foul. Oh, you get too close to Caitlin Clark, it's a foul or an ejection. They got the Fever. What is the Fever record right now? Watch this. This is what they're doing to the Fever. Watch this. WNBA standings. This is what they're doing to the Fever to start the year. So to start the year, they had the Fever play the Liberty and the Sun. Both of these teams are still undefeated. The Fever are now 0-3. The Fever lost. So the Fever lost to the Sun by 20. They lost to the Liberty by the first time by 40. They lost. Oh, shit. They're actually playing the Sun right now. It's a tie game. They're playing the Sun right now. It's a tie game. Let me see if I can get this game on. I might share it on the screen. Hold on, let me see. What's Caitlin Clark doing? They playing right now. Caitlin Clark, 17 points, 5 assists, and 3 rebounds. 10 seconds to go. 84-84. Let me see if I can get this game on. Because you know the NBA, the WNBA don't care if you play their games on the live stream. You can play their games away. They ain't copyrighting shit. Hold on, where's that? I might not be able to get it in time. Damn, I wish I knew that game was on. I'd have been playing it. I might not be able to get logged in time. Said she hurt her ankle, came back hitting shots. She probably did. Let me see if I get to this game. 10 seconds to go. I might not even be able to share it. Hold on. Did y'all hear that? Let me know if y'all can hear it.
They're using the Hawkeye review system this year. That's what's looking at it. And free throws are coming.
Hold on, I'm trying to share the video.
Connecticut, if this foul call is upheld. Holly?
So I did overhear the officials just ask for a wider angle so that they could see the movement on the court a little better. Now they're conferring, just so you know what they're asking for.
There's a higher angle they were looking for. Ooh, does Harris sliding up into her from that angle.
After review, the call has been confirmed. Indiana will lose their timeout and also lose their challenge. 2 shots for Connecticut.
All right, so the call is not only upheld, it is confirmed according to Randy Richardson. So there was evidence that made them feel confident not only to not overturn the call, but that the initial call was the correct one. And if you're Indiana, did you use that?
I got to log in on ESPN to do it. It's not going to let me do it. I'm going to have to log in on ESPN and watch it. You said more audio? All right, I'm about to put it back on. Here it is right here. It's at the end of the game, though, y'all. Well, she still can hit a game winner, I think. She didn't hit a game winner. She missed it. Connecticut Suns just got the ball. They gonna lose it. Leah Boston didn't get a ball to Caitlin Clark. Leah Boston faked the DHO, didn't give the ball to Caitlin Clark, drove in and missed a point-blank layup at the rim like a complete bum. Wide open layup. That's what happened. She didn't give the ball to Caitlin Clark on the DHO. She faked it, drove in, and missed a wide open layup that could have tied the game with 5 seconds on the clock. And then she was looking like she was about to cry after she missed it. So stupid, man. Why the hell would you go take that shot? Well, game's over, 88-84. Game's over. They choked it off. Well, that was quick. Well, now they're 0-4. They were 0-3. Now they're 0-4. Their first so what they did was, check this out, y'all. Their first 4 games, they put their first 4 games against 2 of the top 4 teams in the league. So yeah, now the Fever. Now they're 0-4. They play the Seattle Storm and then the Sparks next. Then they got the Aces on May 25th. You know, people going to be tuned in for that game, but they probably going to get barbecued that game. All right. The Aces is going to definitely beat them by a good 35-40. So it's over with, man. But look, y'all, man, we over 3 hours, man, on the stream, man. I appreciate everybody that donated. Salute to everybody that subbed up to the channel. Let me give a quick shout out real quick. Let me see if any new subscribers popped in. Salute to Anto90 if I didn't give you a shout out. I think I called everybody else out that subbed up to the channel while we was live. So Crazy TV, appreciate you being here. Hold on, let me see if I got an updated list. All right, where the memberships at? Let me see how many members we got so far. All right, we got 13 members so far. So we might just expand it out, man. I'm going to create a list of all the members. Salute to Sam Lothar for subbing up to the channel. Much appreciated. Right there. I'm going to put that link in the chat, man, if you want to become a member of the channel. It's the tip link, but all you got to do is select monthly. It makes you a member of the channel. So let me drop that in the chat before we get up out of here real quick. Let's just extend it out. The first 20. Let's do the first 20 people that become members. Sam Lothar said, I'm a diehard Nuggets fan, so this hurts, man. Yeah. But look, Sam, look. It's really nothing to hang your head on. Y'all had a hell of a run last year. Y'all came back this year with less talent. I mean, as much as you want to say about Christian Brown and them, Christian Brown is good. Okay? Reggie Jackson is good. But for what y'all were able to do, right? Like I told people about Jamal Murray last year. I said he's good, but there's a reason why he hasn't made an All-Star game. Because he ain't that dude. He ain't no Kyrie. And he will have some disappearing acts in some of these moments. I didn't want to propagate him up to superstar level because he had a good playoff run. So I didn't expect superstardom from him in the biggest moments this year. I kind of knew what he was already. Knew what Aaron Gordon and Michael Porter Jr. were already. So it's no surprise when they can get outclassed like this. I mean, obviously because they're such a well-connected team, it takes a hellified team effort to beat them, but they can be beat. So Crazy CV said he didn't disappear. No, he didn't disappear, but when it's time to make... So here's the thing. When it's time to make the timely shots, he wasn't around. Versus the Lakers, he shot the ball horribly. But when it was time for Jamal Murray to make timely shots versus the Lakers, he showed up and was the boogeyman for the Lakers. He couldn't be that guy against this Minnesota team. So, yeah, he didn't disappear, but when they needed him most, he wasn't there. I think we'll have a dynasty like the Spurs winning every other year. Maybe. Depends on what they do this offseason. Right? They got some work to do. Their cap situation isn't the greatest as well. They got a little work to do. Caldwell Pope, free agent. A couple guys are free agents. You're going to have to make some decisions. But you're really going to have to – they're going to really have to have a focus on shoring up that, bench, bolstering the bench, a little bit more size off the bench. You don't have a true backup center, right? DeAndre Jordan's not going to cut it for another year. Right? You can't just keep sending Jokic out there playing him 40 minutes a game. Right? You need to be more dynamic at the power forward spot. I mean, Aaron Gordon is good, but he can't put the ball on the floor and go score. You know, if I'm the Denver Nuggets, and I know this is not the most popular pick, I'm looking at a guy like Julius Randle at my power forward spot. A guy who I can go get my own bucket when need be. Right? And I've always thought that Julius Randle was a number 2 option on a championship team. He just can't be a number 1 and you expect to win something. So, I mean, they're going to have to get creative because of their cap situation. I know they're not going to want to part ways with a lot of the players that they have, but they may have to part ways with a guy that they like to go get a piece that fits better. They might have to. But I mean, salute to the Denver Nuggets. I'm not going to be one of those people to say that Jokic choked or Jokic was trash or Jokic. No, Jokic did his thing. Jamal Murray did his thing. Hellified run, good year. It just sucks for your season to end this way. That's all. Yeah, I don't know what their draft situations look like. If they do have a draft pick, where that pick is at, I'm assuming it's close to the bottom. So I don't know how impactful that can be. But Sam, I definitely appreciate you pulling up, subbing to the channel, man. Much appreciated for everybody that showed up to FYF Sports today, man. Tomorrow, we're going to be trying to go live again. And like I said, man, the link to the Discord is in the chat. If you don't have it, I'll drop it one more time. But look, if you have any interest in running your own show over on the FYF Sports Network, join the Discord. Let me know in the Discord, and we're going to see what we can do to set you up. Sam says, you think if we won last night, we would have won the whole thing? I don't know. I believe that your team would have matched up well versus Dallas. I believe the Denver Nuggets would have beat Dallas. But I think you guys would have struggled mightily if the Celtics go to the finals. So it just depends. I mean, there's a lot. I mean, the NBA playoffs is about matchups, right? I mean, you think of last year how the Lakers were able to make a run to the Western Conference Finals. That's just all matchups. This year, they get matched up with the wrong team early, and they get bounced out in the first round. You know, Pacers have some pretty good matchups. Now they're in the Eastern Conference Finals. Sometimes it's just about who you match up with, you know, at the right time, right place. So it's hard to say who's going to win it all this year because every team remaining has a case as to why they could win it. Yellow Bear said Nuggets run is done. I don't believe their run is done. They still got most of their core intact and under contract. So I don't believe they're done. It's just, can they add to it? I don't know what their MLE looks like, their biannual looks like, trade exceptions if they have any. They might have more resources than I know of that could maybe help them get another piece. See, the scary part is if they do have any resources to go get another piece, and they actually pull it off, then the Nuggets get scary. If they can keep this core intact and add a high-level guy. Yellow Bear, doesn't matter who they beat. They won the championship. Yellow Bear, you're penalizing them because they beat who was in front of them. It's not their fault. It's not their fault that every team in the East choked and then Miami Heat got to the finals. It's not their fault. They did what they were supposed to do. Because if they would have lost, then you would have been running around if they would have lost to the Miami Heat, would you have been sitting here telling us how great the Miami Heat were, or would you have been telling us that Denver choked? You'd probably be saying Denver choked. All they did was do what they were supposed to do. Give them credit for it. No, it does not matter. Y'all try to say context is things that players can't control. Context isn't things that players can't control. Use context for things that players can control. You can't control who you play. You play who you play. You just beat them. Well, Sam, I believe Jokic will get to multiple finals again. I think he'll have more shots. But I think people act like winning championships is easy to do. You know, some of the greatest players of all time only get to one or two NBA finals. Some of the greatest players of all time only get to one or two NBA finals. Y'all act like these NBA finals is something easy to get to. It's an accomplishment just to get to one and win it. It's an accomplishment just to get to one. Locker Room said, I thought this was a call-in show. Oh, it was supposed to be. It was supposed to be, but then I messed up. I had a 1-800 number set up for people to call in, but I messed it up. Man. So it's not a call-in show, unfortunately. But it is what it is, man. I'm not tripping. I'll have my hotline set up next week. So people can call in. Adrian Knight said it's hard to repeat, which is why I give so much respect to Michael Jordan. Yeah, I know. It's hard to repeat. It is. It's funny how you didn't say that with Bill Russell. It's hard to win. It's hard to win as many as Bill Russell did in 13 years. But he don't get no credit. See? I just don't know why people slight Bill Russell. You talk about doing more in less time. Nobody did more in less time than Bill Russell. With 5 MVPs. And being the best defensive player of the year every single year he played. Locker room said cap. Cap on what? You got to start using sentences, locker room. The emojis just ain't cutting it. Use real full sentences when you type, man. I don't know what the hell you be talking about sometimes. You just put some logos or some emojis in the chat. Yellow Bear says maybe if Jokic sat on the bench when the Wolves was blowing them out by 40, he wouldn't have been tired. No, that's not it. That had nothing to do with it. Jokic wasn't tired. The Timberwolves just played good defense. They were sniffing out a ton of their plays. They were blowing up a ton of their plays. They had that Spinolia pick and roll coverage that they do figured out, and they didn't make any offensive adjustments. When is anybody going to say that Mike Malone did not make any offensive adjustments? Because they didn't. They were spamming the same offense. Even when Minnesota showed consistently that they could stifle it, they made no adjustments. When are people going to say fire Mike Malone? He didn't make any adjustments. Because he didn't. He admitted it in the postgame. Don't matter. They lost. I don't care. They lost. They up out of there. Not sitting here trying to talk about a team that lost and is up out of there. Unless we're talking about what they're going to do in free agency, I'm not really trying to hear about that. I mean, the same things that y'all say about all these other coaches that get fired could be the same things is the reason why Denver lost. Their coach didn't make no adjustments. They lost. That's what they legitimately lost because there were no adjustments made. Yellow Bear said, nah, y'all was calling Jokic better than Shaq. I don't recall anybody saying that over here, Yellow Bear. Now, I have said that if Jokic stays on this trajectory with 3 MVPs and 1 championship, and he's not even 30 years old yet, and he's able to continue to add to this, he could pass Shaq up. I don't think he's passed Shaq up yet, but I believe he can pass Shaq up if he stays on this trajectory. They were saying Jokic is top 10. No, I'm saying he's close. I would say Jokic is top 15 of all time right now. I would feel comfortable putting him there. I mean, 3 MVPs. 3 MVPs is nothing to laugh at. You don't accidentally get 3 MVPs. 3 MVPs is crazy. 3 MVPs, and then when you add on 1 championship and all the statistical accomplishments, that's crazy. You said Bill Walton's not close to no Jokic. Not close. Bill Walton 1 championship, definitely don't got no 3 MVPs. The 3 MVPs is the separator. No, I don't think Jokic choked. They just ran into a better team. He didn't choke. Losing ain't choking. You getting beat, you just got beat. You know, he went out fighting. He had a hellified fourth quarter. It's not like he didn't go out fighting. Right? It's not like he went out freezing up like D'Angelo Russell freezed up with the Lakers. I mean, he didn't freeze up and start doing dumb stuff. Shoot. You got Rudy Gobert out there hitting lucky fadeaways, man. It's just you just got beat by the better team. Let me pull up that box score from that game. That's the one thing I haven't even looked at. He lost the biggest halftime lead in NBA history. Well, he didn't lose it. The team lost it. They won as a team. They lost as a team. Now, does he, as the leader of the team, does he take the bulk of the load or the responsibility for that team giving up that lead as the primary playmaker? Yes. Yes, I think he is. He and Mike Malone are 1 and 2 accountable for the meltdown. So, it is what it is. So he does get some culpability there. He's not free from blame at all. You give up a 20-point lead. But like I said, I give a ton of credit to the defense that Minnesota was playing. Salute to Brad Vino in the chat, man. OG member of the channel, man. Appreciate you being here. No, I think a lot of people got Minnesota. I don't think too many people are going to bet against Minnesota going forward. I mean, you just got to see them lose. So Jokic had 29 points yesterday. He didn't do bad. Jokic for the series averaged 29 and 11. 8 assists. I mean, Jokic was Jokic. 29, 11, and 8 assists. He did his thing. I mean, the guy that kind of fell off the map for them, point production wise, was Porter Jr. But that's because they were forcing Jokic to be more of a scorer. So remember all those games where we kept watching Jokic cook one-on-one? It's because they had an intention of not letting anybody else get off. So in those 3 wins that Denver had, Jokic looked otherworldly scoring the basketball, even that 40-point game. But the defensive intent was, we can't let Jokic facilitate. We got to take something away. And when they took away his playmaking, it directly impacted, especially in that last game, it directly impacted Aaron Gordon and Michael Porter Jr. Those 2 guys definitely rely on Jokic to get buckets. Even KCP, he only averaged 7 points a game in this series. They weren't even guarding Christian Brown on the 3-point line. Right? This is complete. This is like a complete 180 versus as from what we saw with the Lakers. He says they were doubling Jokic the whole game. They were doubling Jokic the whole game. MPJ was they weren't doubling Jokic the whole game. That's a lie. When Jokic dropped 40, that was all single coverage, and people were talking about how Rudy Gobert wasn't really the defensive player of the year. They were playing him one on the ball. Now you can even hear there were hot mics. Like, I don't know if you listen to whenever the game would be on ESPN or even NBA TV, if you have the NBA package, they have a different channel where you can listen to the game without the commentators talking. And all you hear is like the hot mics, what the players are saying. If you can literally hear Ant-Man and them telling everybody to stay home, guard them one-on-one. So a lot of times that's why they were able to identify. When Kat guarded Nikola Jokic, he shot under 40%. They really weren't sending 2 to the ball. So, yeah, they weren't doubling him. They weren't doubling him. That definitely was not their strategy. They were staying home. This is why you didn't see a lot of them dunker spot dunks. They were blowing up Michael Porter Jr., when he was coming off them DHOs, he couldn't get no clean looks off the three-point line. KCP couldn't get nothing going. I told you, locker room, use sentences, man, not emojis, man. We grown adults, man. Man, I don't know what these emojis mean. I mean, I already did film study on this locker room. Come on. I already did the film study on this. The film tells me, not words. They were mixing coverages up, but primarily, and even Anthony Edwards and them talked about it after the game. Even the coach talked about it. They weren't about to sit there and just consistently double Jokic. At times, yeah, but their main coverage on Jokic was guarding him one-on-one, and they did a hellified job. Jokic scored a lot, and they forced him to be more of a scorer, but they weren't about to let him turn into the next coming of John Stockton out there swinging the ball around to everybody. Liam says, Lamont, you see Ticket TV's video where he was calling Jokic a fraud? Liam, we just said in the chat, anybody calling Jokic a fraud is just because you're struggling with talking real basketball. Jokic was not a fraud. Jokic averaged 29, 11, and 8 this series. Jokic did his thing. This was not the same Denver Nugget team. They just ran into a team that was much better. This has nothing to do with Jokic choking. Jokic had an unreal fourth quarter, and they still couldn't pull it off in that Game 7. Jokic was really the only one looking like he was activated, ready to play a Game 7. He says, I called him a fraud because he got blew out with Rudy Gobert at home. Okay. I mean, if that's the route y'all want to go talking basketball, I'm fine with that. That's just not how I evaluate players. When LeBron loses, you blame LeBron. When Jokic uses, you say nothing. I'm saying something now. I think you have selective hearing. I just said, locker room, that the number one person accountable for them blowing that 20-point lead is Nikola Jokic because he's the leader of that team. They blew the lead. You have a 20-point lead, you should win the game. That's on Nikola Jokic and Mike Malone. I don't know what more you want me to say. It's a difference between me saying that Nikola Jokic was the blame for the loss and saying he choked. I blame LeBron for losing for some of those losses. I never said LeBron choked. You never heard those words come out of my mouth. I blame LeBron for a lot of the things that went wrong for the Lakers. I never said LeBron choked. That's low-level basketball talk. That's just your emotions coming out because the player didn't live up to your expectations. I expected more out of Nikola Jokic in a Game 7. The team with far more playoff experience, up 20 points at home in a Game 7, I expected his leadership to shine and be a much more disciplined player. I think he let Minnesota speed that team up, right? I think he was getting frustrated with the level of physicality because the one thing Minnesota was doing consistently was Minnesota was really pushing the line of physicality. They really teetered the line of how physical are the refs going to let us be with Nikola Jokic. This is why Rudy Gobert fouled out. This is why Karl-Anthony Towns had 5 fouls because they were really teetering physicality, even at the risk of fouling some of their best defenders out. But they were not going to just let Jokic beat him up, back him down into the paint, and consistently score layups all day. Whether they were going to risk fouling out to prevent that from happening. And it worked. Teeter the line of physicality. It's exactly the same strategy that the Lakers did in 2020. Send your most physical players out there and tell them to defend with reckless abandon and really make the refs make some tough calls. If they call it, fine. If they don't, okay, we know how physical they're going to allow us to be today. I agree, Kirk Royce. I don't think they were deep enough to repeat. I thought they were good enough to beat Minnesota, but Minnesota's tough this year. Minnesota's different because they're defending consistently. They're defending consistently. Adrian Knight says, Lamont, your opinion on the parity in the league last 6 years has been sick. That's what I'm saying, Adrian. because it's competition in this league, man. You ain't about to just sit at the king of the mountain. Like, the way the league is now, you have a big you have a big year, your payday can be astronomical. That's the main thing. Like, and then you got so much talent in this league. Like, a lot of these guys just need an opportunity to be in the playoffs. Right? And Minnesota right now is just capitalizing on an opportunity. Minnesota's playing like a team that doesn't know if they're going to be back. Like, when you start to get complacent and you start to think, okay, yeah, we'll be back next year. Nah, you got to play super hungry and backs against the wall. You dropped your home games. You have to win 2 in a row to get this series. They went and got it done. I'm talking about you barbecued them at home. You set the tone for the Game 7, down 20 in the Game 7, and you still fight and claw back. Come on, man. That's just a team playing hungry right there. Thank you, Rev. You know, the league is competitive, man. Locker Room says, if you're going to go the Dreamers Pro route, I don't know what the Dreamers Pro route is. I just talk basketball the way I know it. If you call it the Dreamers Pro route, I don't care. It is what it is. Like I said, we can go toe to toe with basketball, but we all know how that ends up. We go toe to toe. Like I said, it's hard for me to if you can't sit here and if you can't get to a whiteboard and draw up a play on how to break down the 2-3 zone, you can't talk to me in basketball. You would have done a 10-hour live if LeBron got blown out by 45 points in Game 6. I didn't do a 10-hour live when the Lakers lost. I didn't do a 10-hour live. I did a couple lives when LeBron lost and it was over with. It's not, and if the lives go on for 10 hours, that's just the momentum of the live stream. I don't dictate that. The conversation dictates it. It is what it is. Talking about LeBron James sparks a lot of conversation. People want to cook, we let them cook. It is what it is. I mean, I feel like you want to try to make it about LeBron for whatever reason. This ain't got nothing to do with LeBron. It is what it is, though. Salute to you, man, but it's just not about LeBron right now. Holding Jokic to LeBron's standard is insane. Yeah, I'm holding Jokic to Jokic's own standard. Jokic's the leader of the Denver Nuggets. He's the primary facilitator for that team. The way that offense is designed, Jokic needs to be less focused on scoring and more focused on facilitating for that team to have optimal success. That team has never been that team has never played at their peak when Jokic's out there scoring 30 and 40. Draymond Green even proved it. Draymond Green talked about how the Warriors came up with this crazy stat to where they found that when Jokic has under 6 assists, like they have a horrible record, like a crazy losing record. So the numbers and the analytics basically said if we start to kill his playmaking, we are essentially cutting off the head of the snake. And that's why that year that the Warriors won the championship, I believe that was the year they also put out the Denver Nuggets. I think Jamal Murray was hurt, but their primary focus was on let Jokic score, but he's not about to play make. And the Warriors took, it was light work. So that's the main thing is you gotta have a strategy. Jokic is a superstar player in this league, so he's gonna get something. If you take away his playmaking, he's going to score. He's just that good. But you just gotta live with the results on one of those two things. Lamont, do you think Jokic's defensive ineptitude will keep Denver from making another run? It could, but it's on management there to. I mean, I don't think it's his defense. I believe that they want. I believe that you can work around that. I mean, I don't know if he's defensively inept. They were attacking him a ton in this series. They were attacking him right in his chest at the rim. You can't let that happen next year. I mean, how you do it, you just got to bring in somebody that complements him better. That's all. I mean, they were finding ways to pull Aaron Gordon out the paint consistently. So Jokic wasn't down there to help him as much. They were really making Jokic play. They were attacking him straight on, right in his chest, especially off those angles, right? When Jokic was weak side help defender, they were driving every time. Karl-Anthony Towns driving. And because he can't jump, they're just hitting layups. Naz Reid, late game. He just wraps a layup around them. Karl-Anthony Towns driving. Jokic's there. Just wrap a layup around him. He has no lateral movement, so you're attacking his weakness defensively, wearing him down on the other end of the floor as well. It's a hellified strategy by Minnesota. He says that's why that three-peat by the Lakers hold hella weight. Yeah, it does. It's a three-peat. Anytime you three-peat, it holds a lot of weight. I mean, I think that Laker team, that 0-1 Laker team, might be one of the greatest teams of all time. Only one loss in the playoffs. Should have been undefeated. I don't know how they slipped up to the Sixers. He said, I was impressed with Ant's faith in his teammates. And Kirk, he consistently talked about it. Right? And then you heard them say after the game, we don't have a big three. We got a big team. Right? And Kirk, that's that locker room chemistry. That's that locker room. Finding ways to give your bench guys more confidence than normal. Can't do it all by yourself. Hey, Kirk, did you look at Denver? Did you see how their body language started looking like the Lakers' body language when they lost that 20-point lead? That body language started looking a little suspect. Starting to gripe and argue with one another, heads hanging, shaking over the heads when Murray took a bad shot, basically airballed. KCP missed a tough shot. Guys is mad. Guys, it started to get a little toxic. But that stems. That's why Minnesota just deserves a lot of credit. They broke them. Kirk said I was killing Ant at halftime. And yeah, that was a tell of two different halves, man. They came out that second half like a different team. You said Boston is win or blow it up now. I don't know. I wouldn't risk blowing it up. Not with this new salary. Not with the new salary cap, and not with the new CBA. Go James. What Lakers got to do with the Nuggets? Lamont Tucker. I don't know. I don't know what the Lakers got to do with this. And like I said, man. I mean, look. The funny thing about it is, one of the hottest trade rumors for the Lakers right now involves PJ Tucker. I mean, that would be one of the funniest things to happen. But again, y'all the Lakers. Y'all shopping at Dollar General right now for players. So PJ Tucker's right up your alley if you're looking for a power forward. Yeah, I told you I got $7.16 in your wallet. You can't go to Whole Foods, man. Take your ass to the dollar store frozen goods section. I mean, y'all like them Indian guys that be walking up to you at the gas station trying to sell a gold ring. That's how y'all try. That's how the Lakers trying to trade players. Have y'all ever been at a gas station and one of them Indian and one of them foreign guys walk up to you talking about, man, I want to sell this ring, man. I just need some gas money. That's the Lakers right now trying to do trades. Walking around with fraudulent gold, talking about they want to trade. Gold, fraudulent as hell. Lamar, how you feel about the three big strategy for Jokic? I mean, like it works when you have three quality bigs. Like the only reason why it worked for Minnesota is every Naz Reid, Karl-Anthony Towns. Like you got the defensive player of the year in Rudy Gobert. You got Karl-Anthony Towns, who's one of the best offensive players at the big spot. And you got Naz Reid, the sixth man of the year. I mean, it took three of the most, it took the sixth man of the year. It took the best 3-point shooting big in the league and the defensive player of the year to stop Nikola Jokic. Imagine needing all that to stop Nikola Jokic. Now I have a little. Now I feel sorry for Anthony Davis down there trying to defend Nikola Jokic. It took a 3-headed monster to take Nikola Jokic out. Oh, no. If you're talking about a big three, Tyson, yeah, you for sure. The big threes are dead. Any team now that's chasing another big three, you got to be the dumbest GM in the world. You can't have a thinking bone in your body. If you're trying to get another big three. Nobody trying to help the Lakers, Lamont. They can't try this scam all they want. Yeah, they selling fraudulent gold. Ain't nobody about to help them. So yeah. So we'll see how it works. This is Karl-Anthony Towns deserved flowers. Outplayed Gordon. No, they just played smart. Like they knew when to. So I think so. This is what happened. They were understanding that Rudy Gobert was having trouble guarding Jokic one-on-one. But Naz Reid and Karl-Anthony Towns were doing a much better job. But Rudy Gobert was doing a much better job guarding Aaron Gordon because he didn't jump so much. Because Karl-Anthony Towns jumps at everything. So their coach did a good job of understanding, well, we got size. They have the big players, but then you have to figure out how to deploy those players correctly. You can't just throw them out there and hope that something good happens. Yellow Bear says Lakers need a center. Lakers need a whole bunch of stuff, Yellow Bear. Right now, the first thing the Lakers need is a coach and a coaching staff. Lakers don't even have the bare essentials to start the year. If the season started tomorrow, they wouldn't even have a coach or a coaching staff, let alone players. Lamont, what's your take on Tibbs? Him running the guys into the ground. Well, you have to run the guys into the ground when you ain't got nobody. I mean, I don't know. I mean, look, it's the NBA, man. These guys are getting paid millions of dollars to hoop. Who cares if he runs them into the ground? They get paid millions of dollars to hoop. I mean, I think that's kind of over-bloviated, you know? He had a depleted roster. He was dealing with Vincenzo, Josh Hart, and Jalen Brunson. The Villanova Big Three. Hayden Matthews says, what are some tips for me in 12 and under basketball? Hold on, Hayden, are you playing or are you coaching? I don't know if you're a player or a coach, Hayden. If you're a player, I got you. If you're a coach, I got you. Playing. If you playing, Hayden, my recommendation for any kid that's 12 years old, this is my recommendation, Hayden. My number one recommendation would be to stop playing with other 12 years olds. Stop playing with 12 years old. Because I know a lot of kids don't have the resources to go and get into gyms where you're dealing with pro players, seeing a lot of pro basketball. But what you want to do is start playing with older kids, 15, 16, 17-year-olds. Even if you struggle to get runs on the court, just get next, wait 5 games, get on the court, and just get used to playing with bigger, faster, stronger players. You want to play with bigger, faster, stronger players until that bigger, faster, stronger pace starts to feel normal. So what's going to happen is everything that you naturally doing now as a 12-year-old, when you start playing with other 12-year-olds, you're already going to be used to doing it at a bigger, faster, stronger pace. So your slow is going to be their fast. Your extremely fast is going to be their fast. You're always going to be 10 steps ahead. Everything that they do is going to look slow. So you're not going to get better when you're little playing with other kids your age. You got to start hanging around, playing with older kids. That's just the easiest way outside of just training and getting up a ton of shots. I'm going to get private basketball lessons. I'm getting private lessons. Yeah, but when you're at 12, Hayden, you got to get on the court and just play. I mean, individual skill work is going to – I feel like individual skill work probably better suited for high schoolers. But right now, you just got to get on the court because the biggest thing you're going to have to overcome is not being nervous when you play. Go places where you're uncomfortable. Go to gyms where you're not comfortable. Go to gyms where you know you're not going to be the best. Yeah, with dribbling and stuff. Yeah, I mean, it's going to take a lot of work, but main thing is start playing with older kids. That's the easiest thing you can do. You know, everything else is, I don't know, you know, like I said, everything, like sometimes you can't control some things like your finances and training. And if you got a trainer, man, kudos to you, man. Your parents got you in a good situation. So, but also, Hayden, I mean, I really don't think you need dribbling coaches and stuff. I mean, YouTube is a hellified resource for just training. I mean, all the same stuff that you'll do with a trainer, you'll find on YouTube. I think Chauncey's going to be the coach for a while. He says people like Two-Raw calling Caitlin Clark a bust because Two-Raw's a complete idiot. Two-Raw's just a 50-year-old locker room. It just really don't know how to talk basketball without calling people chokes, just saying somebody is a bust or a choke. Salute, man. Salute, Hayden. That's all. That's all it is. Yeah. She's not a bust. She's not a bust. There's no way you can determine if a player's a bust after 4 games. I just think that the WNBA needs to fast track her superstardom. The WNBA doesn't have time to wait for her to get used to the physicality of the league and be great next year or the year after. That for that league to thrive, they need her to be great right now. So that means no matter where she goes, she's selling out the stadium. Like all these players, Lexi Brown and them, they just want her to, oh, she'll be good later on, but she has to adjust. Well, unfortunately, the league is operating at a negative. Y'all ain't making no money. You can't play the players no real salaries, right? Y'all have to go into the red just to get your charter jets. Y'all ain't got time for Caitlin Clark. Caitlin Clark is the only one who has sold out an entire football stadium. She sold out an entire football stadium twice. 2-3 times, actually. Y'all don't have time for Caitlin Clark to catch up. Y'all need to fast track it. Tell the refs to give her every foul call. Send her to the free throw line 20 times. Make sure she's averaging 25, 30 points per game by hook or crook. Fast track her success. They sniff on her and blow on her the wrong way, it's a foul. You got to create a face in the league, man. Who cares, man? All these old players, they had their time. Diana Taurasi had her whole career to try to make the WNBA relevant. Could not make the WNBA relevant. All these old head players, Candace Parker and them, you know, Cheryl Swoops and them. Y'all had all these career to make the WNBA relevant. Nobody cared. Nobody still cares. We don't want to hear what you got to say now about Caitlin Clark. Caitlin Clark didn't need them to sell out football stadiums in college. She don't need them to be successful in the WNBA. All she needs is her dad. Her dad is the only one that knows what the hell he's doing with her. Outside of that, man, I'm not listening to none of these clowns out here. All these clowns out here is going to turn her into a straight bum. And what she needs to do is just keep hooping with her boyfriend because her boyfriend played on the Iowa men's basketball team. He's the son of a coach. Stick with people that know the game. Keep playing him one-on-one. Get better. He'll get you adjusted to the physicality. And you'll be all right. And the WNBA needs to fast track it. But I don't care how they do it. They need to fast track her success. But if she walks around and she finishes this year only averaging 15 points per game and y'all make her average, the WNBA's got to be the dumbest league in the world. If they make her average, they're not in a position right now to play around with this. This is the WNBA's last hope. There is no other Caitlin Clark coming out of the woodworks. How do we know this? Because outside of Juju Watkins, you can't tell me another player that could save the WNBA. And Juju Watkins ain't even no guarantee. Paige ain't saving it. She ain't good enough. Juju Watkins is the only player good enough to save the WNBA. And you got to wait around 3 more years on that. But Kirk, the point guard from Oregon might be nice. I don't care if she's nice. We don't even know who she is. That's what I'm saying, Kirk. All you said was the point guard from Oregon. You ain't even say her name. That'd be like me saying the Chicago Bulls shooting guard from the 90s was nice. Don't nobody say that. They say Michael Jordan was nice. They don't say number 23 on the Lakers, man, he real nice. No, they say LeBron James. When somebody nice, you know their name. If you don't know their name, they not that nice. Well, here's the problem. Caitlin Clark didn't have no crowd her freshman year either. Caitlin Clark didn't really still having that big following into her junior and her senior year. Juju's just a freshman and already got more fandom than Caitlin Clark had as a freshman. Juju just a freshman and got way more fandom than Caitlin. If you look at, if you make it exponential and you look at what her fandom's going to be by her 4th year, Juju's going to be a far bigger player than Caitlin Clark. Her senior year. He said Sabrina. And the one thing I do know is this. I don't care how you slice it. When Juju get to the WNBA, ain't going to be no stopping her with no physicality. Juju a big guard, and she hit the weights, and she hoop with grown men consistently. When she get to the WNBA, all that physicality nonsense ain't gonna work with Juju. So good, hell of a job, y'all setting screens and pushing around little old Caitlin Clark. Good luck with Juju when she get to the WNBA. She gonna get the barbecuing, and she gonna be the one doing the pushing. Angel doing solid. Angel coming into the league doing what I thought she was gonna do. Hard nose. People try to hate on her skill level, but Angel Reese is just one of them players that just know how to get it done. She might not be the most skillful. It might look the prettiest, but shit, she get it done. She has an ugly game, but she counters that because she ain't ugly. So she counters it. If she looked like Jonquel Jones. Jonquel Jones got an ugly game, and she looked like He-Man. That's the difference. See, Angel Reese can get away with it because she ain't walking around looking like a He-Man action figure tour. Just looking crazy. Ninja Turtle. Like, Jonquel Jones literally looked like one of the Ninja Turtle toys from the 90s. Just gangly looking. Instinct, am I right? Just running around just looking rough for no reason. That's not nasty work. I'm telling the truth. Angel Reese can have a unorthodox game. She counters it because she's super easy on the eyes after she scores. And she plays like hard nosed too. She'll do the same thing. She yell in your face. She'll score. Might not look the greatest. She might have to do the Bill Russell 5 offensive tip backs to get the ball in, but she's going to do it. She's going to yell, but she's going to be easy on the eyes with it. Jonquel Jones do it. Jonquel Jones look like homie at the YMCA after she score on you. Jonquel Jones looked like old Fred that you just hoop with on Sunday morning. Pick up basketball. So look at that, man. Y'all got to stop running around looking gangly. Look at Breanna Stewart. You know how? If that's what I'm saying. I would have. If Breanna Stewart hit Caitlin Clark with that screen, and I would have just gave her a flagrant just because of how she be running around looking half the time. You don't even look good enough to be screening Caitlin Clark like that. Looking crazy in the face. Let Cameron Brink or somebody hit her screener like that. That's the problem. Just walking into these games. Y'all know y'all got cold games. Y'all about to be on ESPN. Y'all just out here looking crazy. Tyson. It's just inevitable. It's inevitable. First of all, the reason why Tyson, I'm gonna give you the brutally honest reason why. The reason why we start to judge them on pettier stuff is because they don't do nothing special on the basketball court that we don't see at the YMCA or LA Fitness. Tell me one thing that you see on a WNBA court that you won't see at LA Fitness. I see more dunks and athleticism at LA Fitness. You can see more dunks and athleticism in an 8th grade boys basketball game. Gilbert Arenas' son just dropped 54 points as a sophomore. This dude just hitting puberty, and he out there dunking on 18-year-olds and whatnot. Come on, man. No, I'm not judging them on looks. I'm saying in a women's sport, it matters. There's a reason why when Serena Williams went out for a tennis match, she had her hair and makeup in order. I'm going to give you an example. Her sister used to walk out there without her hair and makeup in order. And look at how the two, both equally talented, but who got the more popularity? The one that took care of the looks or the one just walking out there looking all gangly? It's what it is, man. Bro, nobody cares about a lot of their games. A lot of their games is basic. There's nothing special you can see. There's nothing special about the game. Especially, what makes it even worse is they don't even sell us who's good at what. We don't know who the best rebounder in the WNBA is. We don't know who the best three-point shooter is. We don't know who the best defensive player is. We don't know who the best scorer is. We don't know what the GOAT conversation is. You got some people, and it's funny hearing these players talk about the GOAT of the WNBA because I'm hearing in one crowd, somebody say Candace Parker. Some person, Cheryl Swoops. Other people, Cynthia Cooper. They don't even know who the consensus GOAT is. They don't have a consensus GOAT. They don't have nothing. We can't argue about nothing. We don't know none of the teams. I mean, they just created another team called the Golden State Valkyries. That team about to be so trash. They don't even have enough talent. What they need to do to make the league more competitive is one, they need to either reduce the teams or something. I don't know what they got to do, but they can't keep expanding. They don't got no money to expand. "13 players drafted in the first round already got cut." So stupid. Why are you letting these old, washed-up players who gave the league no visibility keep these spots? How is Diana Taurasi ain't even really that good no more? She out there still forcing it for the Mercury. She just out there mad, cussing out refs, getting ejected. That's all she really been doing. Look at her stats. Watch, let me pull up her stats. She just running around getting ejected, man. She a shell of herself. All right, she ain't doing too bad this year. She got 15 points. Then she had 23 points. All right, 15 points and 23 points. They 1 and 2. She got 1 DNP. She played 13 minutes against the Atlanta Dream. It must have got hurt. She set out the rest of the game with 0 points, 0 or 5 from the field. Oh, is that the game where she got ejected? Yeah, she just got ejected, man. 0 points, 0.05 from the field, just getting ejected. It's over with, man. How you got Diana Taurasi and Brittany Griner, and y'all can't even make the playoffs last year. But y'all want to talk about Caitlin Clark need to adjust. He says you got to put a WNBA team in Mexico. No, what they need to do, Adam John, is they need to make the WNBA international. They need to make it an international league. They need to get with some teams overseas because those are the teams that are thriving. Those are the teams with humongous fan bases. And they need to merge the WNBA into one of those international leagues. Because for them to start really, because they're not, as much as they want to try to force it and push it, they're not going to get the viewership from the United States. It's just gonna take years and years and years of trying to sell us the WNBA. I mean, they've been in existence for how long, and they still ain't been able to sell it to us. But the international women, those games, they sell out. Those games be rocking and live. They found a way to sell it. So why don't you just put the league in a place, or at least join a league where you know there's a staunch fan base and just open it up to the world? Because they're not going to get the visibility here in the U.S. They just need to be a part of an international league. No, I don't need to adjust now. I look at them for their talent because I know which ones can hoop. Aja Wilson can hoop. I know the hoopers. I know Jonquil Jones can hoop. I know Brianna Stewart might be the best player in the league. Not sure what happened to hell to Elena Deladonna, but she's nice when she's on the court playing. She fucked up my goddamn FanDuel lineup because she just sat out randomly and didn't play. I know the players that can hoop. I'm just talking about how to sell the league. But, I mean, look, what I want y'all to do, okay, what I want you, if what I'm saying is wrong, real, then tell them to keep trying to sell the league the way they're trying to sell it. Because I guess they got you convinced on pure basketball. No, Tyson, that's a gimmick league. Buns and basketball is a gimmick league. I'm not talking about a gimmick league. We're not talking about selling gimmicks. I'm talking about pushing out the old talent in with the new talent. The old talent is what's holding the league back. The old talent is boring. The old talent isn't relatable to the youth of the day. It's Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese are the ones that's crazy on social media right now. Right? Cameron Brink is crazy on social media right now. Those are the people that's selling it. Right? Outside of that, man, out with the old, in with the new. Yeah, Brad Vino. They don't know how to market that. The WNBA wants to market their league as a friendship league, and we're all friends, and everybody just come out and watch because we're talented. That's how you go watch third graders play. Hey, come watch, man. Come watch little Johnny, man. These kids are good, man. Grown people don't care about how good you are. You know, there's diehard fan bases even for the worst teams. When the Raiders were completely trash and couldn't beat a team, they still had a staunch fan base of diehard Raider fans that didn't care how bad they were. They were still going to come out and be Raider fans. They don't care. The WNBA is not giving fans anything to be diehard fans. Who's going to run around talking about they a diehard Chicago Sky fan? Who's out there really risking tooth and nail to be a diehard Las Vegas Aces fan? Going crazy at the games. But see, when you go overseas, they really crazy like that about their teams, especially the soccer or football teams. Them fan bases over there, you know they will literally kill you over a soccer team. You cheer for the wrong team in the wrong place in England, you mess around and like, them are the reasons why you might get shot and beat up in some of the other countries. Bump the LA stuff just wearing the wrong hat. But if you cheer for the wrong team, you might not make it out. That's a fan base. Thank you. Pittsburgh Steelers fans, Eagle fans, they known for being delusional. Knicks fans, they known for being delusional. Laker fans, they known for being delusional fans of their team. WNBA has, nobody cares about any of the teams. WNBA is still trying to, of course, you have a good start with Caitlin Clark is going to sell to Indiana Fever, but that's Caitlin Clark by herself. The WNBA is trying, what they're trying to do with Caitlin Clark is they're trying to use Caitlin Clark to sell the entire WNBA. Instead of just allowing Caitlin Clark to sell the Indiana Fever, and then they try to create more players to sell on each team. She by herself is going to create a fanatical following for the Fever. So now they need to get more players there to create fanatical followings for other teams. Who's going to be that player that creates the fanatical following for the Atlanta Dream? So they're stupid. They're dumb. They are dumb. They don't know what they're doing, y'all. And like I said, they're just trying to use these good players when they come to the league to sell the whole league instead of just letting the team just handle it. Go be great on that team and boost up that team. And we'll start getting players to these other places. But it's a bum league, man. That's why it's so hard hearing me listen to the Cheryl Swoops and them talk. Man, these girls are talented, man. They're really good. We don't give a damn. Do you think we watch the big three because watching washed up players because they're talented? No, they talk shit. They give us something to cheer for. When we watch the TBT tournament, do you think we watch the TBT tournament because it's the most elite level basketball? When we watch the Drew League, do you think we watching the Drew League because it's just the most best basketball we can watch? No, it's because the Drew League, we know we're going to get some of the craziest games. We're going to finally see some of these street ballers play against NBA players. We're going to see all types of stuff. When the summer hit, you can't find a WNBA player when the summer hit. When the summer hit, how many WNBA players is going out to the Drew League, hooping with the men? Where Asia Wilson at? Go join the Drew League. Yeah, you might get barbecued, but you was out there. He says Lamont, is NBA fault for considering that they're partners with the WNBA? No, the NBA is just helping carry the WNBA for the optics. So they can say, oh, we're doing our part for women's sport. That's why they're doing it, D-Lo Cowboys. So they can always say, well, we're doing our part. We're subsidizing them We're giving them X amount of dollars per year. We're doing our part. We love women's sports. So everything they're doing for the WNBA is just basically saying so people can shut the hell up. Two Raw says the WNBA exposed Caitlin Clark. Bro, I told you, that's low level. They're just dumb. Hey, look, y'all, I'm off the WNBA, man. They'll figure it out. They're never going to hire the right people, right? If they really wanted to change, they could literally go get somebody like Gilbert Arenas and put him at the commissioner of the league, and you'll see a change. It'll be like night and day. They won't go get some retired NBA players, just put them at the top. Grant Hill, like smart business and basketball minds. Tracy McGrady. All they got to do is just go get some smart NBA players, basketball minds, and to put over in that league, and you'll see changes immediately. They keep putting in, because remember their league. They want to empower women, so they putting these old bland names in the front of it. They don't know what the hell they doing. They don't know how to promote nothing. They don't know how to sell teams. They don't know how to sell stuff to the male viewership because they're complete idiots. So it is what it is. The WNBA could literally fix all their problems overnight. He's just kidding. No, he ain't. Gil, no, he won't. No, he won't. That's business right there. He'll lock in. Just put real basketball minds over there. That's gonna be creative. Whoever's over there now ain't creative. The jerseys is ugly, right? The best thing about the WNBA right now is merchandise-wise is Sabrina Ionescu's shoe. She got the hardest shoe in basketball right now. Sabrina's basketball shoe might be one of the hardest shoes in the game right now. The WNBA ain't picked up on that and sold it. The WNBA doesn't realize how many of her shoes are selling to men's players right now, and they ain't capitalized on it. Free Papaw TV, man. Come on, man. He crazy. But Sabrina Ionescu got the hardest basketball shoe in the game right now. WNBA too stupid to realize it. Thank you, because they kind of look like Kobe's, but they got their own look. She got the hardest shoe in the game. I'll be having shoe vendors on YouTube. If I'm the WNBA, I'm paying some of these shoe channels to hype the shoe up, talk about her. I'm paying some of these shoe channels to bring her on, do interviews, make these players more accessible to content creators. I'm doing all that. But the WNBA players running around right now acting like they NBA players. Or walking around. You know how Stephen A. Smith be walking around like he an NBA player? These WNBA players be walking around all prideful like they NBA player. Like they too good. All right. Go ahead and keep thinking that. Keep walking into these arenas. If Caitlin Clark ain't there with 229 people walking in like you're an NBA player. Ooh, look at real. Look at real. Yeah, let's see. But real. I'm not even gonna say nothing there, real. I'm gonna leave that one alone. Real is wild. Yep. From UConn. Wasn't it real? See, now real. That's real. That's so crazy, right? Because that wasn't even the best player on UConn. But we know real. You see what I'm saying? That wasn't even the best player on UConn. How did that stand out like a sore thumb to you, real six? No, she wasn't the best player on UConn. Paige Buckets was the best player on UConn. You got to stop. And salute to Gusto Staub for subscribing, man. Appreciate you subscribing to FYF Sports, man. Much appreciated right there, man. See, y'all got this live stream going longer than what it's supposed to be. Nah, she was probably the best defender, though, for sure. It's not even close. Best defender by far. He says they gonna keep it PG-13. Nah, they ain't gonna go that far with like no OnlyFans collab or nothing like that. But man, oh man, but there's certain faces that they need to really be putting out there that they don't. Because right now the problem is, and the reason why I say they have to push the more attractive faces is because there's a perception. There's the perception is that is a whole bunch of gangliness. That's the perception. So right now they got to start to rechange what the perception is. Right? I even heard, I think it was Jeff Teague and them talking about, they said that they think that the older players are jealous because the newer players are coming in are just as talented, but they look better. That's what Jeff Teague and them were saying. Like, there's a lot of people already heading down this same direction, heading down this same conversation, kind of sensing what we sensing. But I just think the WNBA, you got no league is really tapped into smaller content creators. You got, with Sabrina's shoes going crazy, you should be connecting with shoe vloggers, doing shows with, on some of these smaller platforms with her there, doing things with her shoe. Asia Wilson, make her more visible, reachable to content creators. I mean, she just might be the best pure hooper, right? So, I mean, it's just like start putting people, connecting people with TikTokers and things like that, connected with social media and things. But they're trying to distance themselves. So, it is what it is, man. Salute to Tactics in the chat, man. Tactics, I see you in here. Appreciate you for subbing up to the channel. Adam John. I see a couple new names in here, man. Hey, the Streamlabs not doing their job. Let me give a quick rundown. Who subs? Salute to Majestic. Salute to Marlon Soto. Salute to Hyvie Mine. Appreciate you all subbing up to the channel. Salute to Lester in here. Lester subbed up. Misha Brown, appreciate y'all subbing up to FYF Sports, man. I know. If you just came in, look, I do apologize if you just came in. He says they need to connect with Complex Shoe. But look, but that makes too much sense, Adam John, so why would they do it? Things that just make sense, that are just obvious marketing strategies, why would they do that? They don't know how to connect. They don't know how to tap in with the youth. They just in the business of begging people to come watch because they talented. Because they can hoop. So that's what it is, though. So look, FYF Sports, man, another great podcast episode, you guys. Man, cannot wait to tap in for the next live stream. Don't know what the topic's going to be, but we're probably going to really start diving into some of these matchups that we got coming up. Dallas Mavericks, Minnesota Timberwolves, Boston Celtics, Indiana Pacers. Not matchups that we predicted. We need the old stream Lamont. Nah, we're going to do a hotline, Tyson. We're going to do a call-in hotline. It's going to be one of y'all at a time. One of y'all at a time. See, that way we can key in. We can key in. So when the locker room call in with the nonsense crying about Austin Reeves, we can really key in and have a full therapy session with them to see where this trauma comes from. Did some little white dude when he was in 6th grade beat him up? Some white dude that looked like Austin Reeves beat the brakes off of him, bully him or something? Did some light-skinned dude on the basketball team? I don't know what happened. I don't know why he has these obsessions with role players. I don't know. But we can really have real concentrated therapy sessions when people call in. And people can't duck the ether. When we have the big panels, people can duck it. And y'all be messing up my sound bites when I want to get people sound bites and when I want to snip them and hit them with the video the next day. He said, Brody needs to let LeBron be held accountable for losing. Yeah, but like I said at the beginning of this stream, you got extremists, extreme fans, and extreme haters. There's the people that are in the middle, especially for LeBron James, those are the most hated. The extreme fans claim that it's the extreme Jordan fans that hate him the most. The extreme Jordan fans claim it's the extreme LeBron fans that hate him the most. What they both hate, extreme Jordan, extreme LeBron, extreme anything, extreme Laker, extreme Clipper, they hate the middle ground. Because the middle ground people is going to tell you like it is. They're going to tell you the stuff that you want to hear, like what I'm telling the Laker fans right now. Like Laker fans right now, they only want to hear, we can get Donovan Mitchell, and we're going to trade Rui and Austin Reeves for Donovan Mitchell. We're going to give 3 draft picks, and we're going to be great again, man. When we get another, that's what they want to hear. And if that doesn't work, we're going to trade for Trae Young. And if Trae Young doesn't work, we're going to trade for DeJounte Murray, man. We're going to give up Austin Reeves, and we're going to give up draft picks, and we're going to get exactly what we want this offseason because now we got draft capital. And D'Lo's going to be gone, and it doesn't matter because the salary cap, they want us to just lie. See, so the extremists are just going to cater to your delusion. And they're just going to allow you to just say delusional stuff. And they don't have a common sense bone in their body because their emotions are rolling over there. So the streams to either side. Like, so Jordan fans can't stand when I say, Jordan fans get so mad at me when I say Jordan's the GOAT. But then they also say, well, you talk so bad about the 90s and you're so mean and you say that these players are trash. Well, yeah, that's true. All that can be true. The 90s was watered down. Yes, it was. JJ Redick was right. The 90s was watered down. It was one of the weakest 10-year spans of basketball ever. There was no parity. There was no count for Michael Jordan. And in the same sentence, I can say that Jordan could not control who he played against, and he dominated his competition like no other. So we give Jordan kudos for dominating his competition statistically, individually, accolade-wise, and championship-wise like no other player has. He couldn't control who he played against. But I could be real about the era and say it was hot garbage. I could be real about the era and say, you guys don't give Scottie Pippen enough credit. You try to say Kobe Bryant wasn't a Robin, but then Pippen was a Robin. Makes no sense. Oh, salute Tyson, man. Salute to you and the wifey, man. Hope y'all have a great night. Be safe out there. So it is what it is. So the middle ground people, the people that talk the most common sense, those are the most hated. The extremes the extremists are protected communities. The extremists, Ticket TV and the 2 Raw, they have staunch fan bases who just keep them protected. And on the extremists on the other end, they have fan bases that show up every night protecting and this and did you know this about my player and did you know this about my team and nah, it's the people that tell the facts that get that are the most hated. Just like, did y'all read my community post about LeBron James this year? About what LeBron James did this year? How I felt about what he did this year with the Lakers? Oh, it had LeBron James fans so mad. And the funniest thing about it was nobody said I was lying. None of the LeBron James fans said I was lying. The only thing that they said was, they basically said, oh, you wrong for saying that. Oh, you wrong for saying that. Oh, but Bron is 39. No, I don't care. I'm calling it down the middle. But they got mad. You saw locker room in here earlier. You held LeBron accountable. Well, did you hold Jokic? What? Yeah. What more do you want me to say? Jokic is accountable. He's the leader of that team. He's responsible. Shouldn't have gave up a 20-point lead at home in a Game 7. He let the team down. That's a fact. He says, come on, Lamont. He says, what? Come on, Lamont. Start a podcast beef. I can't beef with nobody. I don't beef with people over basketball. The reason why, George, is, and people get mad when I say it this way, George, and this is just me being a bit cocky. There's not a lot of people that can talk basketball on the level that I talk basketball. I'm not about to sit here and beef with people that say Steph Curry choked. It's hard to talk basketball there. Huh? He says Bron fans up waiting on LeBron to get chips. It's chip culture. Well, look, y'all. Look. The reality of the situation is that LeBron James is the reason why the Lakers can't win a championship. From a business perspective, he's 39 years old. He's looking to get another max contract. He's going to be eating up a significant portion of the salary cap. You cannot get better that way. Not with the money that he's going to be making. He said if he takes less money, okay, yeah, you might have a chance. But when LeBron James takes the max, so this is the problem. When LeBron James takes the max, he's basically saying, I believe we can win a championship with me as that top guy. Me and AD as the two top guys, we can win a championship. And the help around us is less significant. Him taking less money is basically him admitting, I'm not the same old LeBron. I need a little bit more help than normal to get this team over the hump. So I got to take less. So the biggest question is he going to take less? Because it's the LeBron James fans that say, he 39. Why are you holding him accountable? I'm only holding him accountable based on a level of expectation that LeBron James puts out there for himself. If he goes to the team and he tells the Lakers, I'm a max player. I don't want nothing less than the max. And you're eating up a significant portion of the salary cap, then I have to judge you as a max player. This is one of the biggest contentions with Lonzo Ball and guys like Ben Simmons. They're making all that money, giving you absolutely zero production, zero output. When you make all that money, you absorb all the responsibility because you are a significant reason as to why we are limited with regards to making this team better in other places. This is a salary cap league. Teams are handcuffed based on salaries. I don't get it. This is why it just baffles my mind when I hear people complain about Austin Reeves. You know that he's only making $12 million a year. In today's economy, Austin Reeves, 15 points per game, rebounds and assists for $12 million a year is a bargain. They running around talking about trade the bargain. The production that Rui's giving you at the price that you got him for is a bargain. They talking about trade Rui. Delusional. I didn't hear him say trade AD, which would also be delusional, but would absolutely give you more accessibility to change this roster. They keep talking about trade Christian Wood and Vandy. They literally want to trade all of the bargain pieces that they have locked up under contract, which is stupid. This is what extremist fans are telling you. So all that's going to happen is keep listening to the extremists on each side. And all I'm going to do is be in the middle, making as many bets as possible, collecting on both sides. That's all it is. Salute to GOAT James in the chat. Theo, 3ND. Lonzo Ball would be the type of floor general and elite defender the Lakers need. Yeah, the funny thing is, Theo, the Lakers had him. It's funny how all the players that actually would make the Lakers a little bit better right now they had. They had KCP. They had Caruso. They had Malik Monk. They had Malik Beasley. They had Lonzo Ball. They had Brandon Ingram. Funny how all the players that they so desperately need to make them better now ain't on the roster no more because of this win now mentality. Trade it if it don't work in a year. Trade it if it don't work in a year or two. If it don't work immediately, trade. Russell Westbrook didn't work, trade. D'Lo ain't work, try to trade, didn't work out. Austin Reeves, let's trade him. Rui, it ain't worked yet, trade him. And all you have is a whole bunch of players that ultimately leave the Lakers and actually do better elsewhere. Lonnie Walker, didn't re-sign him, did better. Caruso, left actually better with the Bulls. Andre Drummond went to the Lakers. Played horribly. They didn't give him a chance. Goes back to the Bulls. Boy, he was looking like when Vucevic went down, he was looking like a borderline all-star. Now the Lakers, we're going to trade for him back. We got to get. Now the Laker fans beg for him to get traded. Now you want him back. Beg for KCP to get traded. Now you want him back. Beg for Kyle Kuzma to get traded. Now you want him back. Y'all just, it's primarily because of the stupid. I feel like Rob Pelinka and them sit in their offices listening to what fans say. Complete idiots. Don't know about how many more combinations of players you can put together. Complete idiots. Salute to Sky for subscribing. Salute to Geek A350 for subscribing. Appreciate y'all for subscribing to the channel. Grain of Salt said Lonnie Walker averaged less than a point this year. That's not true. Lonnie Walker did have a decent year. Lonnie Walker's stats. Let me pull his stats up. What you think? What do you think you talking to? Lonnie Walker didn't average no less than a point. At one point in time this year, Lonnie Walker was averaging like 15 a game before he got benched. Lonnie Walker this year averaged 10 points. He had averaged 10 points per game. Shot 39% from the three. What are you talking about? Is he a perfect player? No. But what's happening is because the Lakers, because they've had LeBron James, I don't even know if it's because they have LeBron James. I don't even want to blame LeBron for this. This just could be from stupid management. They're not building any teams. They're throwing some stuff together right before the season start that they think looks good, but they have not invested in building teams. As soon as it's the team that went to the Western Conference Finals, they should have prioritized maintaining that. And they did. But the reality of that is that team, as constructed, isn't good enough to win a championship. So you need to find ways to continue to build around that core, but just add to it. Not trade, and redo and keep rebuilding around Brian and AD every year until you strike gold. Because that ain't happening no more. Because when you run into teams like the Denver Nuggets, when you run into teams like any team that's been together for 5-6 years and they got the chemistry, they're going to run you out the gym. He says, either way, free agency forces teams to make some type of change. Yes, it does. But it doesn't force you to make complete roster revamps. like they did with Russell Westbrook for no reason. You just won a championship in 2020. Okay, you lose because your team is injured, but then you trade everybody to get Russell Westbrook. Why? For what? Was Kuzma that bad? No. But let fans tell it Kuzma was that bad. Was KCP that bad? No. But let fans tell it he was horrible. Was Andre Drummond that bad? No. But let fans tell it he needed to be traded. Just like the same thing we're saying with D'Angelo Russell. Was D'Angelo Russell that bad? Well, he averaged 18 a game and gave you 40% from the three. But fans expected him to drop 30 in the playoffs doing stuff that LeBron James and Anthony Davis is supposed to be doing. D'Lo's supposed to drop 30 and save you, but Anthony Davis can disappear in the fourth quarter and it's okay. The guy that's making $50 million a year. That's what's supposed to happen, right? We just supposed to ignore the guy making $40, $50 million a year, disappearing in the fourth quarter, and blame D'Lo and Austin Reeves. Russ was traded, that's why. Russ couldn't really control it. Because I thought when they made the Russell Westbrook trade, the first thing I said to myself was, this is an all-in move. It ain't no bullets left after this one. This got to work. The fact that Rob Pelinka was able to pull off the trade that he did to get rid of Russ and you still got some type of talent back. And then the talent that you get back, even though it's a whole bunch of broken pieces from other places, Laker fans expect those pieces to come in and drop 30 in a playoff game. I mean, one of the reasons why D'Lo's been bounced around the league is because of his inconsistency. But those are the types of players you get when you make bad moves and you have to get rid of broken pieces like Russell Westbrook. When you trade a broken piece, you're going to get broken pieces back. The Lakers finessed in some trades. Y'all finessed to get Paul Gasol. Them days is over with. Y'all tried to finesse to get Chris Paul. The league didn't let it happen. Y'all finessed to get Magic Johnson. Y'all finessed to get James Worthy. It's over with. Them days is over with. True. Y'all even finessed to get Anthony Davis. Grain of salt. Let me tell you something, grain of salt. Hold on. Grain of salt just said, with the exception of 2020, Jeannie Buss has done a questionable job as the owner. In 2020, the Los Angeles Lakers were worth $2.6 billion. As of March 25th, 2024, the Lakers are worth $6 billion. Since 2020, over the course of 4 years, she's increased the value of the Lakers by $4 billion. And you telling me she did a questionable job. See, the problem, grain of salt, is y'all think owners are in this business to win a bunch of games. At the end of the day, when these owners be having their bragging rights, they don't brag about who won the championship. They brag about how much money this owner brought in over that owner. Jeannie Buss raised the value of the team by $4 billion since 2020. And you talking about she done a questionable job. Owners don't look at it like that. And grain of salt, yeah, you're right. Ballmer is trying to win games. But no, Ballmer's trying to buy a championship. He's not trying to build a championship team. He's trying to buy a championship. Two different strategies. The buying a championship strategy no longer works because it's too heavily reliant on the pieces that you bought. You bought Kawhi Leonard. The cost of bringing in Kawhi Leonard cost you not only Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, but all of your draft capital for years. And now you're stuck with Paul George. And when Paul George gets hurt, you can't win games. Conversely, when Kawhi Leonard gets hurt, you can't win games because all of your eggs are in one basket. Brooklyn Nets showed you the same thing. You can have a big three all you want. Kyrie ain't acting right. When he not here, it don't look right. James Harden pull a hamstring. When he not here, it don't look right. KD just running around out there. Sometimes he playing with Harden, sometimes he playing with... But when they all played together, it actually looked nice. It's over with. The days of buying championships is over with. Don't work. Don't work. It's too volatile. It's too heavily reliant on one player. It's another reason why I said if LeBron James takes the max, he's basically saying, I'm going to do it by myself at 40 years old. And he's going to have to because he's taking the lion's share of the salary cap. So if you're taking the lion's share of the salary cap, when things go wrong, you're going to get the lion's share of the blame. That's just how sports works at the professional level. You ain't lying. You ain't lying, Yellow Bear. Thank you, Brad. You know, LeBron signed up for it. LeBron signed up. What the hell you want me to do? That'd be like, imagine being a Seattle Supersonic fan, right? In 1996. In 1996, the Seattle Supersonics lose in the finals to the Bulls. Imagine sitting around as a fan base talking about, man, Hershey Hawkins fucking cost us a championship. Man, if Sam Perkins would have shot the ball better, we would have won a championship. Man, if Detlef Schrempf would have played a little bit better defense, who do that? The Sixers lose to the Lakers in the finals. Man, if Eric Snow could make a jumper, we win a championship. Who do that? You run around blaming bench guys. Are the Denver Nuggets fans, if any Denver Nuggets fans in here, are the Denver Nuggets fans running around saying if Christian Braun could make a three, they wouldn't have been able to help off so much? Is that what they saying? Crazy, man. I was supposed to have been off here a minute ago. All right, y'all. Look, man, FYF Sports, man, another great podcast episode, y'all. Appreciate y'all for pulling up to the show today. We're going to be back live tomorrow to cook up some things, playoff predictions, things like that. All right, probably going to span out to a couple other topics I wanted to touch on. All right, make sure y'all go check out No Chill Gil, man. This channel, man, going crazy. They just hit 100K subscribers. Make sure y'all go subscribe to the No Chill Gil podcast. I think I got the link right here. I can share it with y'all guys before we get up out of here for the people that's still here. No, that's his Gil's Arena channel. I'll have it for you next time. But y'all can find it, No Chill Gil. Make sure y'all go check him out, man. The channel is at 100,000 subscribers. He's already hit 7,000 extra subscribers since he hit 100K a few days ago, man. So, I mean, it's taking off over there, man. So, don't want to miss it. The content at No Chill Gil is different. It's different from Gil's Arena. It's different from when he's on Nightcap. It's a different vibe. So, make sure y'all want to tap in. Thank you, man. Dave Wingate cost us. This is how Laker fans sound. Austin Reeves, man, and D'Lo. No. That's not how it worked. Ain't no Austin Reeves and D'Lo. Just like when the Denver Nuggets lost, what was the locker room in here saying? Oh, Jokic, man, Jokic choked. Locker room didn't cut no corner. This is coming from a Nikola Jokic who just scored, averaged 29, 11, and 8. Jokic choked. He wasn't pulling that Lakers strategy, blaming Christian Braun and Peyton Watson. Come on, man. That's how you know how illogical it is. That's how you know how illogical it is. No, Brett Vino, he don't need to grow up. I think just the reality of it is just some people are extremely limited. Some people, so what you have, Vino, is you have people who love talking about the game of basketball, but they struggle with the concepts of basketball. So when you love talking about the game of basketball, you're going to talk about it from a perspective as just always being a fan. And fan is short for fanatical. They don't have the most common sense. Fans live or die off wins and losses. If you win, you're great. If you lose, you're trash and you need to get traded. I want y'all to start listening to these people talk. And don't get mad at them. Just understand that it's very limited perception of the game of basketball. When you win, ooh, you're great, man. You're the GOAT. When you lose, you're trash. You choked. Well, hold on. Did he just choke? Did he am I supposed to really? That means by that logic, did LeBron choke when he dropped 51 versus the Golden State Warriors in game 1 and they lost? Did LeBron choke? Or did they just get beat by a better team? I mean, if losing is choking, because the same thing can be applied to their favorite players. And when you start to apply it in that same manner, their brains start getting real twisted and confused. I know. I've been over there. So don't blame them. Limited perception of the game. Take it for what it's worth for the entertainment value. It is what it is. That's what I say. Take the entertainment value from the casinos, Dreamers Pros, Ticket TVs, right? And Ticket TV actually know basketball to a certain degree. I think a lot of what he does is for entertainment intentionally. When he got James Hayes on there talking, that's entertainment. He knows James don't know a lick of basketball. James don't even watch the game half the time. That James Hayes will come on the channel. He ain't watched the game. He'll start roasting players. He don't know the outcome of the game. Entertainment, man. I'll call who out? If it becomes a hot topic, it'll land on ESPN. Molly even mentioned something growing steam on YouTube like that last week. Yeah. So. Yeah, but you can't expect everybody to be unbiased. Because that's one of the reasons why the NBA is so popular. Because of the fanatical fan bases. Like, we wouldn't be here having these conversations if it wasn't for the extremists, the super fans of players and teams on both ends of the spectrum. You know, so you have to applaud that. Like, it's a much needed annoyance. Right? We wouldn't have created the Max Ether if it wasn't for people like that. Because it would be nothing to Max Ether. You know? So it's a much needed annoyance in the community. But it does give us stuff to compare and contrast. Especially, it makes it easy. Like, when we need to really break down criteria and flawed basketball takes, it's a lot of concepts from these extremist channels, from the casinos, that you can plug, and you can plug different talking points, and you can show people how being overly critical and how being hypocritical in your own take, how flawed it is. So look, y'all, FYF Sports, man, another great podcast episode, y'all. We're going to be back with more sports and news. We're going to be live tomorrow. Make sure y'all check us out. Tune in, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Sub up. We got more shows coming. We got the crossover on Saturdays. We got the Rumble in the Ring on Sundays, wrestling show. We got to have Hollywood Herm on Monday starting next week, man. We got a lot of shows coming for you guys. Hopefully we got Renegade with this show, man. It's just going to be spiced up. And we're going to be expanding out to another platform on Roku TV. So I'm going to be needing all of you guys to go follow our channel on Roku TV once we get that started as well, man. But look, FYF Sports, man, another great podcast episode. We're going to be back. More sports and news. Until then, man, it's FYF Sports. And we out.
Yeah, we done came from the bottom. Mad that we up, but I don't hear him talking. Started with knowledge inside of my noggin. We took a dream and then we started vlogging. Put my city on the map now. I'ma say how it is and I don't back down. On the road to 100K, we finna act out. We gon' show them that we not just in the background. We the main event, we the main show. We the one that people always gonna pay for. FYF, we the best, no debate though. #1 sports channel, every angle. I'ma show them all how we ride. Best sports talk show, we not like them guys. We playing it safe while they feather the lines. We pushing the narrative all of the time. Like who to go in the game is not MJ. Kobe Bryant top 10, not what we say. I keep my life, you want is very overrated. Keep it real, if it ain't fact, we don't say it. Now it's stable, we won't be ignored.
Missing the lake, I'm missing the draws again, a hell of pain. I got a lot to deal with and my mind is kinda slipping away. What's on the line? I made up my mind, so shit, I'll just taste it great. Whatever it is, whatever it was, it's never gonna be the same. How do I explain what's been going on with me? You say that I changed, but you didn't know the old me. I think that I saved you, tell me who gon' save me. I'm way too fucked up in this club, I'm ashamed, baby. You say that I changed, but you ain't really know me. When I'm around my dogs, girl, they just can't control me. Trying to spend my time right, using every second of it. Trying to spend my time right, using every second of it. Before it's too late, girl, before it's too late. Can I speak my mind right, now before it's too late? I've been moving backwards, rolling up the backwards. Out of being dashed at, do you have my back, girl? Before it's too late, can I say my piece, girl? You know what you mean to me, you just keep it real with me. I've been moving backwards, rolling up the backwards. Every time I'm backstabbed, missing the lake, I'm missing the draws again, a hell of pain. I got a lot to deal with and my mind is kinda slipping away. What's on the line? I made up my mind, so shit, I'll just taste it great. Whatever it is, whatever it was, it's never gonna be the same. Floating again, I'm running the map. They say the best defense is just to attack. Hopping through too much, it's hard to attach. All that's going on is being hard to relax. Gotta get up, gotta get it again. They ain't get the message, we spinning again. I feel my back, I'm just leaving it in. Get what they want, then they leaving again. I cannot act like this ain't nothing new. Been getting smarter with all I've been through. Nowadays, life's more rewarding than truth. Tired of keeping energy just to lose. Let it all out when I step in the booth. We're there for some months, now it's time to recruit. Met the investments, it's time to recoup. It's time to recoup, but how do I explain what's been going on with me? You say that I changed, but you didn't know the old me. I think that I saved you, tell me who gon' save me. I'm way too fucked up in this club, I'm ashamed, baby. You say that I changed, but you ain't really know me. When I'm around my dogs, girl, you just can't control me. Trying to spend my time right, using every second of it. Trying to spend my time right, using every second of it. Before it's too late, girl, before it's too late. Can I speak my mind right, now before it's too late? I've been moving backwards, rolling up the backwards. Every time I'm backstabbed, Shawty, you know I gotta let it go sometimes. Gotta clear my head sometimes. I gotta get away some. Shawty, you know I just need a little peace of mind. Specifically, I'm talking about your mind. I gotta get that ass on. Calling you when I'm overseas, let me know what you need, what you wanna do when I'm home. Clapping real dirty, real nasty on the phone. Girl, stop playing, I'm on the way. I am on the way. Girl, stop playing, I am on the way. What you need, what you wanna do, baby girl. I'm all ears for you, baby girl. Drop it down in the latest fashion, girl. All the shit I did, that's past tense, girl. Do whatever for you, what's your passion, girl? Got the lyrics in my songs, and your cash in, girl. Leave that boy alone, he everlasting, girl. Everything he did on a past him, girl. Spend up 20 grand, that's shit, girl. I bought a whole mall if you ask me, girl. Bought a whole mall if you ask me, girl. Got the lyrics in my songs, we on cash in, girl. Leave that boy alone, we everlasting, girl. Everything he did, I don't pass him, girl. Skin up 20 grand, that says feel, girl. I bought a whole mall if you ask me, girl. Yo, shawty, you know I gotta let it go sometimes. Gotta clear my head sometimes. I gotta get away some shawty. You know I just need a little peace of mind. Specifically, I'm talking about your mind. I gotta get that ass on. Sometimes, gotta clear my head sometimes. I gotta get away some shawty. You know I just need a little piece of